Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Are we live? Are we live? Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Lamada bin chat. A rare EU-friendly stream, yes. Hello to all of the EU bros who have finally gotten a stream that isn't at an unholy hour for them. This is your bi-monthly treat. We live? Hey! Hello guys. Vivian Raj, hello. You've shown up to every stream that I've had, regardless of when the time slot is. I'm very sorry for your loss. This will be fun. Yes, I do hope so. I do hope so. We live? Hey, I feel so represented. It's nice to be back. It was a bit of a fun break. Quite a few things have happened in the time that I've been gone. Oh yeah, for those who are wondering. Proctor will be joining us shortly. I was just going to start with a little bit of yapping, as I usually do to ease us back into the swing of things. Oh yeah, there may be some people who have come over from the virtual asylum. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay here, however brief it may be. I also want to thank you guys for archiving so much of the stuff that goes down in this space. You make my job significantly easier. Without you, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. Without archivists like you, I should say. Not expecting armchair stream this Wednesday, Tuesday. Yeah, don't worry, we're still going to be having another one in my usual time slot, and maybe another one at some other point later on this week. But, yeah, we had... yeah, a few too many things have been happening this week. It started off relatively tame. I mean, I have it on screen there, but the whole... this is going to become quite a... This is going to probably come up later on this stream, but the whole manager thing is... watching that blow up on Twitter was quite funny. I really do appreciate Shondo's ability to simply not care about... If I'm being completely honest... Well, actually, hold on. Let me backpedal a little bit. This is something that will not come as a surprise to any of you. But I do believe that VTubing has a little bit of a toxic positivity problem. Much like any entertainment industry does. Because, well, by default, everyone who's interacting with everyone else is interacting as a persona and not a person. And two, your profitability is very dependent on your sociability. However, when it comes to people like Shondo, I appreciate her ability to cut through these social taboos and say the quiet part out loud. Nah, not my VTubing. Yeah. No, I mean, for those who, if the text is a little small on screen for some of you, basically Shondo came out with a tweet, well, not really exposing, but basically just saying that, well, a lot of the smaller indies who have so-called managers, well, those managers are less professional managers most of the time than simply a guy from their community. And I'm pretty sure you can put the rest of it together in your head. But yeah. And again, this was a fun little bit of... this was a fun little discourse for a while. But then Twitch came in and showed everyone up with their awful changes to their guidelines. Now, for those of you who watched my last stream about Twitch, I was honestly quite surprised with how many of the predictions that came out of that stream were basically verbatim put into Twitch's guidelines from their latest set of changes. And as much as I would love to be able to say that my powers of prophecy were what allowed me to guess that accurately, I genuinely do think that it is more a case of just Twitch having the only part of Twitch's policies that is transparent are the biases in the way that they enforce them. It blows my mind that somebody at Twitch looked through these changes, looked at the way that they've been enforcing their policies, and thought that this would be a good idea that would go over well with the public. And I'm not going to yap about that this stream. I want to save it for later on this week. I suspect it'll take up way too much time if I were to start talking about it now, but holy, Twitch is a mess. Oh, we'll just call you a follower. I don't think I've earned that right. I need to get a few more predictions correct. Once I've done that, then, well, yeah. Sayu once said that half the VTubers who say they are single have a boyfriend too. I have no doubt that that is the case. Because, well, if you really think about it, boyfriends are a significant money saver compared to actually having to hire a manager. If you expect professional standards of moderation, you have to be giving them something. And if you're not giving them money, well, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to assume that what you're giving them is something of equal value but less tangible. Oh, Zuli, and then got Evanita decided to be... Yeah. I did see that tick. I mean... What irritates me about a lot of the initial response to the Twitch changes were the number of people who didn't seem to understand that the reaction, the negative reaction, from VTubers as a whole, a general group, was not because of the rules themselves, but because of the way that they were enforced. And when I talk about the way that they were enforced, that includes the rationale behind those changes in the first place. Because, funnily enough, if you look at the last, 3, 4, 5 times that Twitch has changed its sex and nudity policy, those changes haven't been brought on by VTubers. Those changes have been brought on by, and I've said this before in previous streams, but those have been changes that are desperate attempts to accommodate a subsect of streamers that have proven to have absolutely no interest in complying with the spirit or principles behind how Twitch is supposedly run. And it boggles the mind that that people can look at these changes and assume that they're just reasonable. You would have to immensely lack context or to be paying attention to anything that's been happening in the VTubing industry or sphere within the last 2-3 months in order to come to a conclusion like that. But yeah, pen testers, yeah, exactly. I've honestly been a little bit... I'm caught between calling them pen test streamers and just, OF peddlers. Because OF peddlers, OF merchants, they're just easier. I do think pen test streamers, although I like that abbreviation more, I don't think it'll catch on as quick. Maybe it's less FleshTuber bad, VTuber good, and more of an issue that VTubers hit Twitch where it's weak by virtue of their medium. See, I would say that you have a point with that suggestion that maybe VTubers are especially, maybe it is the case that VTubers hit a spot in Twitch's policies that are especially sensitive because they're characters that are deliberately designed to be visually appealing. Whether that be visually appealing in a sexual manner or in a non-sexual manner is up to debate depending on individual creators and individual models. But generally speaking, yes, I would say that point has legs. However, Twitch has made a deliberate distinction between VTubers and VR chat streamers, which completely nullifies that way of looking at things, in my opinion. Because if it really was about the intention behind the way that you're designed visually, it makes no sense to draw that distinction between the two, because functionally they are basically the exact same thing. So it just strikes me as a very, again, just more targeting. Because at this point, it's pretty much impossible to just write it off as, well, anything short of malice. Especially when you read the changes, 90% specifically target VTubers, even tried to make workarounds with VR chat models. Exactly. And that's not even getting into the fact that these rules were made deliberately to soften the blow, pun intended, on flesh streamers. So, actually, before we begin, I don't want to tangent too much about Twitch, because again, I could talk about that for hours. Before we begin, I want to go through a few disclaimers about this particular stream and the intentions behind it. So, first, this is not intended to act as a definitive guide on how to grow your numbers and or income. A VTuber growth guide, this is not. This is basically just supposed to be a source of free, general advice. Again, anecdotally speaking, and a lot of people will probably agree with me on this, VTuber, a lot of the issues with this industry are a little unpopular to talk about, at least not in a candid manner. There is a lot of, I would say, a lot of dancing around particular issues, a lot of, well, you know, not wanting to talk about things because they are socially inconvenient and uncomfortable. So, again, part of the reason why I've brought on Proctor is because he is someone who, in my humble opinion, has proven to exhibit the ability to not mince words. Yeah, Proctor, just know as an architect, I'm very happy to give any VTubers advice on how to grow anytime. Okay, I wouldn't be giving advice about numbers, but Proctor can, that's his prerogative. Second thing, none of these points were written in reference to a specific individual or public figure, so I just want to make that very clear. And, I mean, I think this is as good a time as any to summon Proctor into the stream, so we just shoot him a message. Alright. Hold up, let me pull him in. Proctor can help you build your career. Yes. Hello, Kitsuyoi. Hello, hello? Wait. Can you guys hear him?
Hello.
Can I get a... Can you guys hear Proctor in chat?
Can you hear me?
OBS tells me that he's coming through, but I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Now we can? Hey! Excellent. Alright.
Hooray! Lovely. Good evening, everyone.
Oh,
Or rather,
nice.
good morning. I get messed up. What time is it? And where? What time? I don't know.
My
We're
audience
literally at the opposite ends of the continent.
Yeah, this is such an awful hour for anyone in my audience who comes from America. Alright. I'll just give you the floor to introduce yourself, because I think you do a better job of it than I would.
Yes, hello to anyone who is not aware of my existence. Well, for one, you're very lucky, and on the other, hello, I am Proctor Zakharov. I am a very non-consensual VTuber counselor and general source of information, very often against my will, but for some insane reason, I am considered to be trustworthy by people who probably should know a lot better. But, you know, it's a burden that somebody has to bear, so I am forced to bear it.
Proctor is also the, I believe, owner of the Virtual Asylum. And
yes, I do.
Yes.
I own the virtual asylum, and that is my forum. That is where me and a whole bunch of other very insane people devote unreasonable amounts of time to documenting the very strange goings-on within the VTuber industry, and also the actions of various different talents, both good and bad. A lot of people pigeonhole us as a drama forum, but in truth, you'll be able to find just as many people gushing over their favorite number 3 brown woman as any other particular topic that might be going on there.
Yeah, and speaking of your job as a your non-consensual role as a VTuber counselor, this is just to clarify for you guys. This is a joke. But I've been informed that you have a reputation for grooming 2views.
Look, Your Honor. Your Honor. In my defense, she DM'd me first.
Actually, you know what? That's an excellent segue into the first point that we were going to talk about. And that is that, well, one of the major problems with this industry, and I'm sure that this is something that you are very well acquainted with, far more than anyone would reasonably want to be, that we do have a bit of a, again, like I said before, a toxic positivity problem. And so the first bit of advice that we were going to just harp on for a second is, if you are starting out as a VTuber in this industry, please, for fuck's sake, don't surround yourself with sycophants. And please remember that friendly and friend are not the same thing. So, in line with your reputation, in your opinion, right, your expert opinion, how would you best spot and avoid a potential groomer?
Well, I think that a lot of the advice that I can give here applies not just to VTubing. VTubing is the place where groomers flock to because, unfortunately, it's very easy. And also, there are, obviously, most VTubers are female. And so they tend to be attracted to that. But what I'm saying applies to pretty much any streaming medium or, honestly, any online friend group. I think that Technoblade said it best once, in that he said, do you have any idea how hard it is to find someone who has lots of time on the internet who also isn't insane? When people were asking him why his streams had like 3 or 4 moderators. And that's a major issue, is that a lot of a major mistake that many VTubers make is that they assign prominence to people in their communities who are always there, who have an awful lot of time for them, who devote a great amount of attention to their brands, to their content, etc. And it's a very obvious thing to do because the line of thinking is, this person always seems to be around. He's very reliable. He's always there when I message, etc. and so on. So he's got to be someone who can be relied upon in a crisis, in an issue, because his eyes will always be on the chat. But unfortunately, that is by itself a tell that it's a bad idea to give that person authority, because the more time somebody has for watching cartoon women on the internet, the less time they have to be a productive and functional member of society. And all authority should be conferred upon people who can demonstrate their ability to be productive members of society first. That is why all three of my moderators have demonstrated to some capacity the ability to function in society. I believe that 2 of my 3 moderators are married and at least one of them has children. And I unironically consider being married and having children to be a near prerequisite for being a responsible content moderator on the internet.
That is... You're going to be hard-pressed to be able to enforce that as a standard, I suspect.
Exactly. I do understand. It is very much a problem because, as I said, a lot of people are wondering why there are so many terrible groomers, as in very clearly unstable and, bad vibe kind of people hanging around the VTuber space. They're like, how on earth can anybody take these people seriously? They're so terrible, and they're such obvious bad faith actors. Whereas I would say that indicates that they actually have a lot of potential targets, and they tend to work because everybody needs moderators, everybody needs confidants, and everybody needs friends. And there are very few of those available, especially at the low end of the industry. If you're like 1 view, 2 view, or sometimes even low 3 view, you're in a very competitive environment where a lot of people are willing to do some pretty nasty things to get at you. And after a while in that space, you're probably either going to be very paranoid or you're going to be very vulnerable. And you're quite likely to just latch on to somebody the moment they show you any level of consideration and kindness. And that's basically how a bunch of groomers operate. They look out specifically for VTubers who seem to be isolated because, remember, the correlation between VTubing and mental illness is basically 1-to-1, unfortunately. I'd say that is as streaming in general. And so it's extremely easy for somebody to just go out there and go, yeah, I want to creep into a 2Views DMs. They've got hundreds, thousands of potential options. They can go with whoever they want. It's very easy.
You bring that up in reference to groomers who would seek to, position themselves as like confidence moderators. But, I mean, I don't think you would argue at all in that that's equally true for other creators that may approach you as well.
Yeah, I would say that the dynamics there are very different, but they can be no less toxic and perhaps even more toxic. It's quite ironic that I said to a VTuber that I knew once that they were like a 2 view, low 3 view. I said it feels to me in this industry that the average VTuber at your level would stab you in the back for 5 CCV and would twist the knife for 10 CCV. And they said to me, that's the most real thing you've ever said about VTubing.
God, that sounds like a horror story.
It does.
I was going to ask as well, because, I mean, across the stories that people have, approached you with, told you about the crab bucket nightmare that can be small indies trying to establish themselves. Have there been... Well, actually, what are some of the common tropes that you've observed in any of these stories, if any, when it comes to, creators, bad faith actors trying to cozy up to somebody who they've singled out as being vulnerable?
I think that, and it ties back again, because although there is a great difference between, I would say, the motives and the goals between groomers and potentially, backstabbing VTuber acquaintances, the methodology can be very similar, because, as I've said, you can have VTubers that tend to be very isolated and they don't know who to trust.
What are some of these common methods, I suppose?
Just the fact that somebody will be very friendly towards you. I've also noticed that on Twitch, raiding is often seen as something of an obligation. If somebody raids you, then it creates an informal social contract. The idea that they've raided you, especially if the numbers tend to be fairly similar. They've raided you, so now you need to raid them back.
Oh,
it's not, again, you probably won't be called out or anything about that, but it's all about that implied social contract between people. And I think understanding the nature of the social contract is extremely important for being successful as a VTuber, because those kind of informal social contracts apply to so many different things, from, acquaintances to doing certain types of content to who you interact and collaborate with.
I have observed that, you say that with reference to Twitch specifically, but would you say that the same thing applies to YouTube as well? Because I have noticed that with Twitch, raiding seems to be a lot more ingrained into the culture over there than it is with YouTube.
Yes, I would agree overall. I think that on YouTube, things are considerably freer and more open. But at the same time, on Twitch, the meta is really about discoverability and about networking. An awful lot of streamers say that discoverability is very bad on YouTube because of that it's a lot. There are much fewer resources available for people to naturally network. And I would overall agree. I do think that you could have an entire stream on the pros and cons of using YouTube over Twitch and in terms of exposure. But I would overall say that discoverability on Twitch is superior, especially if you're extroverted, if you're willing to go to other people, if you're willing to open up lines of communication, etc. YouTube feels like it's a much, much more informal and perhaps more closed-off bubble.
I guess it's a fair assessment. Because there are people in chat that are saying that if you look at all of the interactions that you're having between people in that kind of like social, if you analyze them through the lens of being a social contract, and as a result you have to approach it with a certain degree of, well, I suppose cynicism or apprehension, it does sound like hell a little bit. So, I mean...
Yeah, to go back to the original point when you were talking about potentially manipulative VTuber contacts, what I was saying was, again, that a pattern that I've noticed is that there are VTubers who will make contact with a lot of other VTubers, and they will act extremely friendly and affectionate towards them, which... then, again, it creates the implied social contract that you should respond. That this is especially prominent with a lot of women. The idea that if somebody comes across to them as very sincere, very wholesome, very affectionate, very concerned with how they are, especially what their content is, and helpful, then they feel an urge to do the same thing in return. And so they allow themselves to become vulnerable, unfortunately, a manipulative person can use that to gain extra contacts, to be, well, just generally very crab buckety in general. There are some very nasty things that I've heard happening out there that I've seen considerable evidence of, unfortunately. It's just like, I'm pretty sure you've probably heard before of what Jim Medicare said, where he said there's no friends in content creation. And I would say that applies definitely to the drama community, and it also does apply to VTubing, because you're always in competition with everyone around you, and you can be friends. I know VTubers who are friends, and I know that there are VTubers who are very close friends, and I don't think those people would betray each other, and I don't expect those people to ever have drama with each other and so forth. But I firmly believe that in order to have those kinds of friendships, you first of all need to address the issues that your relationship might create. And you need to work out some way of dealing with them, first of all. You can't just go through your relationship pretending that the potential conflicts between your fan base and the other person's fan base, between like your super chatters and their super chatters, between your community and their community, are just not going to happen, because they will at some point. It is at some point going to become something that comes up in conversation between you, and if you're not prepared for that, then it can be what fractures a friendship and what fractures a relationship, and I think that's very unfortunate.
When you described some of the possible conflicts that can emerge when you are, well, I suppose, by virtue of the fact that you are essentially trying to befriend someone who is also, in a way, your competitor, or you could see them as one of your competitors. One of the issues that you brought up was the whole super chatting thing. Would you mind expanding on that a little bit?
Well, this is especially an issue with VTubing, because VTubing is a lot about the image that a VTuber is putting across to them. because let's take, for example, GFE streamers, or any kind of VTuber who maybe GFE is the wrong way to put it, because I think there's levels of parasocialism that a VTuber can encourage from their audience. And again, that's a complicated topic, but put it this way: if you have two VTubers that are fairly close friends, and one of them presents themselves as being quite parasocial to their audience, they encourage people to think of themselves, their audience to think of themselves in a close way. They have that idea of exclusivity with their audience, which almost always manifests as an idea of, I won't touch male VTubers, or I won't collab with males. I'm exclusive to my fan base. I don't share them. And then their close friend has a collab with a male. That's a very classic example that I can think of, like 5 or 6 different cases, even in the last year, where that has happened, and it's very obviously created friction between fan bases and between creators.
I see. So just ironing out all of those like little idiosyncrasies in how your fan base and theirs might, I suppose, not gel.
Yeah, and to just give some advice, some practical, solid advice on how to deal with that. I think that if another VTuber reaches out to you, then before you respond, you should first make sure to understand the kind of content that VTuber creates. And then I think you should look at your own content and sit down and think to yourself, in a hypothetical scenario where we become very close friends, where we collaborate, where we're in each other's discords, where we discuss things all the time, and it is publicly known that we are associates, what would happen if that person did something that I personally did not agree with in terms of their content or their collaboration partners, or who they in some cases perhaps who they even chose to promote within their own community? Like, how would I deal with that? Would I be able to go to that person and be honest with them? Are they the kind of person that I could be honest with? Do I see myself being able to have a rational, private conversation with this other streamer where we can work out our differences peacefully? Or is this person likely to be a source of conflict that I have no choice but to either back away from or take a major hit to my reputation from?
I am so glad that you brought up the whole idea of approaching them privately to sort it out, because something that I've observed way too often, and it frustrates me to no end when I see this, but something that seems to be alarmingly common within indie VTubing on the smaller side is that people will be extraordinarily trigger happy when it comes to doing public callouts to resolve what should have just been private conversations or private disputes. And the fact that the knee-jerk response for some creators, and I have talked about some of these in recent streams, but the fact that the knee-jerk response seems to be to go onto Twitter and to complain about something, while at the same time having their existing screenshotable evidence in private conversations that would outright contradict, if not severely undermine, what said call-out post contains.
Yes, the old edited DMs.
The lack of foresight on that being a major decision is just something that, and again, this is probably a result of me spurging out, especially because of my background. But yeah, for any small creator, you may often receive advice. I know from the conflict that we saw, well, conflict is probably a strong word for it, but from earlier on this year when, and I think you would know about this as well, Proctor, the small thing that happened with Camila posting a 69k follower announcement or celebration, and then people bringing up the fact that she had previously, when she was a much smaller streamer, way before in her career, tried to start shit with Shondo over the fact that Shondo was a lolly VTuber.
Yes, the throwing stones in glass houses problem, basically.
Yes. Camila said in her statement in response to that backlash and as part of her apology that she had been encouraged by a larger creator to create drama as a form of content. And this is, if you are a small creator, I urge you, please do not ever view starting personal drama with another streamer as a viable source of content, because that is the equivalent to burying a landmine in your own backyard for yourself to stumble upon in the future in case you actually do end up accruing any sort of success. Drama is not, well, drama, if you have to manufacture it personally, is not content. It's just drama. And, well, I mean, in your opinion, because the way that I view, well, drama is definitely a viable source of content. Entire channels revolve around it in this space, just like in any other. But would you agree in that there's something about drama that you've manufactured yourself that comes off as inherently, well, actually, sorry, give me a second to order my thoughts.
That's fine. Take your time.
Would you agree that drama is only a viable source of content when you're not the one manufacturing it?
That's a fairly deep question, honestly, I'd say. I would say that there's a different context to it that's worth considering. And while you've been talking, I've kind of been thinking about myself, and it's interesting because your wording actually helps coalesce an idea in my mind that has been preying on my thoughts for quite some time, in that over the last year or two, there have been several waves of drama where somebody has made a very loud emotional appeal on a big platform like Twitter. And as a result, they have had a tremendous wave of support. And however, what's happened later on is that after that initial wave of tremendous support has died off, there have been more analytical figures who have moved in and have started to compile receipts, who have started to look through the information at hand and critique and commentate and put forth their own observations and analyses of what actually happened. And I would say that when you are dealing with anything related to drama, there are two kinds of people that you can either appeal to or have stand against you. On the one hand, you have those that respond to emotional appeals, the kind that read a weepy Twitter post about some terrible event that happened to you, and their immediate response is, "That's dreadful, that's awful, this should never be allowed to happen, I stand with you completely, my heart and soul is bleeding along with yours right now." And that can be very beneficial. It is objectively beneficial in some cases to appeal to those kinds of people because, it will get you views, it will get you attention, etc. and so on. But after that, you move over to the more analytical kind of people. And the thing about the analytical kind of people is that they tend to be everywhere. And when they have formulated their opinion based on an analysis of the facts or the receipts, then they are going to propagate that opinion as far as they can and as wide as they can. And you will quickly discover that while you may have the public's emotional support, in the background, the people that matter will be talking about you. And they are going to remember what you said, and they are going to bring it back up every time that you continue to use the same tactic. And so it's a case of it's like short-term gains versus long-term gains, I think is an easy way to sum it up. The emotional appeals are short-term gains. The long-term gains come from being honest and being analytical and providing receipts.
I mean, that leads in pretty well to the second thing that I was going to... that I think you brought up in one of our prior conversations about this, but yeah. If you are going to come out with something major, any sort of allegation, any sort of, any sort of allegation about any wrongdoing that has been done or made against you, please make sure to cover your own ass. Document everything, archive as much as possible, and provide that to the audience that you are going to be appealing to. Because I mean, pretty much everything you just said, I completely agree with. What, personally...
Can I just cut in again just one more second? Because I just wanted to say... Yeah, I just want to say that, touching back what you say about receipts, something that an awful lot of people do, which dreadfully sabotages their entire argument, is provide those edited conversations where they'll post screenshots of something, and it's quite obvious that, what they're saying is they're not lying about the context of the messages, or the content of the messages, but the context is vague enough and subjective enough that the idea of their sincerity is called into question. And it's a very easy way to attack even a good argument, to say, what was 2 messages above this? Or what was the Discord chat like? What was the community like at the time? And so I'd very strongly encourage people, for one, and this is a very extreme way to go, but there are streamers that I know who are like this, is to always assume that even something you say in private might be in a screenshot in a document somewhere. So you always need to be conscious about what you're saying and where you're saying it, which is a good start, but nobody can maintain that 100% of the time. It's simply and totally impossible. And on the other is to be willing to say, I contributed to this. I messed up. I encouraged this behavior, or I said something in the moment that I didn't mean later on. And for the most part, an objective person will tend to understand that and respect you a lot more than if you try and play every scene off as if I was 100% the wronged party in everything. I was, the other person was always the one who was terrible. I did nothing wrong. It was all them. Because that's just unbelievable.
People in chat are asking, isn't that why you have wranglers or managers? And God, that's a depressing way of living life.
It is. It is a depressing way. But I mean, again, you asked me to be honest.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of depressed people in VTubing, unfortunately. I mean, just leaving alone the fact that VTubers tend to be the types to tend towards depression to begin with.
For sure. And I mean, if you are coming into this industry with the intention of alleviating your feelings of depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, I'm not going to say that it's impossible for you to do that, but I don't think anyone would argue when I say that relying on this space, this industry for that kind of aid is extraordinary. That is a very fragile thing to rely on this industry for. It is a very tenuous supplier of any sort of affirmation or any sort of help. What you were just talking about with regards to the fact that you have to keep in mind all of the different possible audiences that are going to end up seeing what you allege, end up seeing what you say, that actually touches on two of the prior things that I've talked about many, many times on my previous streams. One being, the whole, well, again, people who've been watching me for a while will know exactly what I mean when I say the super public, right? This concept of an audience that far outstrips the immediate one that gets to see your message. And the fact that when you post something online, you are not talking to an audience, you are essentially slapping something onto a board or a medium, and it's going to stay there long after you are gone. So
it's the public square effect.
Yeah, exactly. And when you brought up the whole idea of needing to provide complete receipts, or at least not trying to present everything in a one-sided fashion, or trying your best not to present something in a way that looks one-sided, it kind of struck me, and I've been trying to think about how to word this for a while as well, but one of the things that I would always advise for creators when they're trying to come out with a public statement about something they feel very personal, something very personal to them, or something where it will involve some kind of request for their audience to take sides in a conflict that they are involved in. Please remember that the overwhelming majority of the people who will see what you write, what you say, are going to be complete and utter strangers. And when you're communicating with complete and utter strangers, you never want to put yourself into a position where the only thing that would the only thing that would act persuasive in what you say is your character. You never want to rely on strangers to make a character judgment on who you are like as a person to believe what you are saying. If you don't provide context, the public will force their own version of events onto you. And, well, you can't really blame them. They are strangers on the internet. And as a result, yeah, if you are going to come out with something serious, especially something that has the potential to damage another creator or an organization, ones that are going to have their own audience that are emotionally invested in them, it is always going to be in your best interests to posit as objective an argument as possible.
Yes.
In order to get your side of the story out there. And too often what I see is that you'll have people who treat, well, and again, this is going to spiral into me spewing vitriol about Twitter as a platform. But I'm sure you can attest to this as well, how unfortunately Twitter has sort of taken over, it's positioned itself among a lot of creators as a substitute for a therapist or a friend,
oh god,
or a personal journal, and it never works out well. Because very frequently...
I think I can sum that up.
Yeah.
I think I can sum that up as saying that it's taken the place in a lot of people's lives that the validation of friends would normally occupy. People who don't have friends use Twitter to gain the kind of validation that they would get at the bar or over the dinner table.
Yeah, I'd say that's completely accurate. Because that's exactly how I see people using it. It's just, they just take all of their pent-up emotion and frustration and they vent it out over Twitter and to achieve some sort of catharsis. And I mean, sometimes that'll work out well, hopefully, if you're, assuming your tweet either doesn't get any attention or only attracts attention from your core audience. But the whole point of Twitter, the whole way that it's designed from the ground up, is to expose what you're saying to an audience that is not already familiar with you. So you're essentially just throwing the die every time you do that on whether what you say will attract an audience you want nothing to do with. I was going to say something and then it evaporated from my mind.
Don't worry, I know how you feel.
It'll come to me. But yeah, if people could move away from using Twitter in that manner, I'm sure, well, I mean, this is a pretty utopic assumption.
Yeah, sorry for cutting in again, but Rand.ms just said, write that on your diary book. And just from a personal perspective, in terms of practical advice, I would say that being able to just write something down can be very cathartic, and putting your thoughts down on paper, or rather in text on like a Google Doc or something. I'm not talking about a Google Doc you intend to publish. I mean just writing things down and then having a good night's sleep and coming back to it the next day and looking at it from a fresh perspective and going, does this sound like the ramblings of a crazy person? Is a very, very good idea, because it will prevent you from speaking out about things in a way that is permanent, that you will never be able to take back, but which will have long-term consequences.
For sure. And I mean, the first Trump assassination was, well...
Oh, God.
The first Trump assassination attempt, I should say, yeah. This is something that I talked about at the time.
I remember
as well.
those tweets.
Yeah.
Pepperidge Farm remembers
I'm sure
too.
many of us do. But yeah, if you're an indie, and this applies if you're small and you have an audience that a community that you do feel connected to, that you are willing to feel proud of. But especially if you are on the larger side, if you happen to be watching the stream for whatever reason, your audience loves you. I guarantee that if your audience didn't hear your thoughts, or that specific thought that you were about to post in a tweet for 3 more hours after you had it, it's not going to become any less relevant to them. So if you just keep something in the drafts for a little bit, if you keep something in the drafts for a little bit, it doesn't become any, it doesn't become any less important. But I guarantee that in those, let's say, 1.5 or 3 or 6 or 12 hours that you keep it there, I guarantee that you will be in a better state of mind to evaluate whether that is something that you actually want to be associated with you and your brand image or not. I just remembered that the thing that I was going to say is that when you bring up the idea that there are 2 possible audiences that can see what you write, the emotional, the audience that reacts to everything immediately and emotionally versus the audience that kind of views everything with a bit more, I suppose, a bit more critically, and who tends to only arrive at the scene after the immediate response has died down in most cases. Twitter almost exclusively will cater to the first option, but the problem is that your tweets will stay after those people are gone, and that's when the second group of people will come over, just like Proctor said. So if you are not prepared to have your words torn apart, then you will probably, again, just like Proctor said, it's always a good idea to make sure that what you put out there, especially onto a platform like Twitter, is something you would be comfortable being associated with in the future, as well as in the immediate present, after you've received the serotonin boost from seeing, 50 strangers affirm your emotion.
Also, I would like to push back just very gently on one point that you made about the idea of something being relevant 3 hours after you originally intended to post it. I would say that there are some cases where the timing is very important, that you need, especially if you're in the unfortunate position of being in competition with somebody else that you know is going to make their own move at some point, which is tragically something that I know some VTubers have been in the position to endure. But I think that in that case, that's where planning comes in. You need to be prepared. I would say that a good way to do this is to, as much as possible, have an idea in your head about what you want to say about certain topics you think will become relevant in future. And so that when the time comes, if the time comes, to talk about them in the moment, you won't simply be going straight off the cuff in the heat of the instant, making things up as you go along. That's when rats start, and that's when you say too many words and, well, braid your own noose.
But Proctor, see, you just described the job of having a PR agent.
Yeah, good. I mean, let me just touch on that again. A lot of people are like, "Oh, get a manager or whatever." Have you ever seen the qualifications for a professional business manager? Those people can charge you something like 80,000-90,000 as an entry salary if they've got the proper qualifications. They are not going to be hanging around 2View or 3View, Twitch or YouTube. It's just not going to happen. Like, the tragic reality is that VTubing is one of the best possible industries that you could have any level of business or PR qualifications in. It's also the industry where you're least likely to find those qualifications. And to a certain extent, every single VTuber needs to have some level of knowledge of those skills and concepts in that industry. It's that there is no other easier way to put it than saying, I'm sorry, anything less than taking some form of course in PR is not going to serve you well. You are always going to be playing catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I've been using my little corner of the internet to try and just make what I learned accessible for free, mostly out of spite for the institution that scammed me for it. But I will say that in my personal experience, a lot of the job of a PR manager can be, well, actually, how do I say this? PR representatives would have a lot, PR agents, I should say, would have a lot harder of a time finding business, finding a job, if social media didn't exist. Because
I agree.
A huge part of being able to conduct yourself in a, well, I suppose a PR conscious way involves simply sitting down and thinking about things that could potentially happen in the future and planning ahead for that. Essentially just living with your future self in mind. And on top of that, well, I mean, when you start getting into the upper echelons of an industry, like the corpo side, then it becomes a little bit more complicated. But for the most part, if you're just an indie creator, you can pretty much be your own PR agent so long as you are capable of sitting down and just thinking ahead to think worst case scenarios and imagining how you would respond to those should they happen. And on top of that, the second thing that a PR agent should be able to do, and this is something that not a lot of people assume that they do, mostly because, again, whenever we notice that PR is being done, it's almost always because someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes about something bad that they did, and hence the PR being automatically, hobbled out of the gate. Yep.
Yeah, the best PR is invisible PR.
Yep,
the
exactly.
PR that you never have any reason to suspect is actually taking place.
Yep, for sure. Best PR is the kind you don't notice and you probably have forgotten.
Yeah, the moment you have reason to believe this person is speaking through a PR agent, that's when shit has really, really hit the fan.
Yep, for sure. But yeah, in keeping with that idea, the second function of PR agents, and this is when they are used to their utmost effectiveness, essentially before the crisis, not during or after. They are simply supposed to be the opposite of yes men. They are supposed to sit there and listen to what you have to say, what you plan to do, and tell you from an objective perspective, from the perspective of your potential audience, how they might react and why they might react negatively. It is the job of a PR agent to anticipate all of the ways in which something you say might be interpreted wrong. And again, that can be accomplished if you simply have trustworthy people that you can speak to that are able to tell you, okay, you're too in your own head, the brainworms are getting to you, this is not as good of an idea as you think it is. Yeah?
Yeah, to cut in again, Kyosumari in your chat made a kind of, I think they kind of meant it as a joke, but it's a very real joke where they say, "Joke's on you, I have anxiety, I do that constantly." Yes. Another major problem with VTubing is because there is such a dearth of people to rely on in this industry, VTubers tend to take an awful lot on their own shoulders, and they tend to be doing everything themselves, which means that they get stressed out, they get anxious. Again, lots of VTubers are very prone to anxiety disorders, and that taints everything that they do, because once you're anxious, you're going to start making less sensible decisions overall. And then because you're making less sensible decisions, you're going to get more anxious because it's a negative feedback loop. And so, again, there is no easy answer here. I would say that foundationally, any VTuber who is more than a hobbyist needs to have 3 or 4, well, I'd say 5 or 6, so that you can have a decent quorum of people with different opinions and different attitudes. If 5 or 6 people they can trust to a level where they're willing to be emotionally vulnerable, who they can also trust to not just be yes men, to not just say, "Oh, it's okay, I really believe in you, I love you, I think everything you do is amazing, it's just the haters, don't listen to them, just listen to me." Now, if your friends are not at least occasionally telling you, "Look, sit down and shut up, wait till tomorrow, everything will be okay, it's not as bad as you think," they're not good friends.
I just want to clarify again. The friends who will tell you you're being stupid, it's not that bad, they will do so privately, right? Not in the form of a call-out post or anything like that. They will just tell
If
you
somebody
privately.
If somebody goes to the court of public opinion to try and pressure you into doing something or to repent or to recant an opinion, they're not your friend. Absolutely not.
Yeah. And it does sound a little counterintuitive that, well, on the surface at least, it might sound bad if taken out of context, where it kind of just sounds like we're advocating for, keep everything behind closed doors. But genuinely, when it comes to conflict resolution, public opinion should always be the last resort.
Absolutely.
And the reason for that is as simple as you can't control the public. You have no idea how it's going to react. Even if you think you've created the most rhetorically appealing argument possible, I guarantee that you have only crafted it to suit the minds, the perspectives of a single target demographic. And the thing about any social media platform, let alone Twitter, is that a single target demographic is simply not how communication works nowadays. So don't bring things into the court of public opinion if it can be avoided. Avoid echo chambers.
And also beyond that, I think it's just reasonable to point out that if you take something to a court of public opinion, you're basically saying to the other person, I don't trust that you are capable of responding to my advice unless I take external pressure and tell you I'm going to have these people beat you up unless you do what I tell you.
This is something that I was planning on talking about in a future stream as well. I think you can guess as to what this is referencing. But in addition to that, whenever you go to the public with something personal, part of what you are signaling, whether you intend to or not, is that there is some sort of affirmation, some sort of validation that you are capable of deriving from strangers on the internet that you for some reason can't get from the people who are immediately around you.
That's a good point.
And and this is usually just, if you are an indie VTuber, right, and you do this, that's, usually that's enough of a cause for concern where people will sort of be looking at you a bit weird. But if you're part of a corpo and you do that,
oh dear,
that's not a great look. Because to some degree, all corpos they all have this implicit premise that at least to some degree, all the people in that corpo are friends with one another.
Niji-sanji is a family.
Yeah, exactly. So when you have one of the members of a corpo coming out to the public and seeking affirmation from strangers on the internet instead of, their managers, their support network, in their private lives, their gen mates, that's not a great look because it shatters the illusion of friendship that is baked into every corpo, although to varying degrees depending on how much you want to make that part of your branding and marketing. But yeah, if you're an indie, just be aware that, and again, this sounds like the most obvious brain dead advice that you will ever hear from people, because no shit, Sherlock. But the internet is a very fickle place to gain emotional affirmation. If you don't mind me coming in there. Yeah, sorry.
What you're describing is a psychological issue in that, and it's a very common problem with things like talk therapy and so forth, is that very often people assume that something is obvious, but they don't factor in that in the heat of the moment, all those kind of assumptions go out the window. There's a difference between thinking that you know something and knowing that thing to the point where that knowledge is able to influence your decisions, even when emotion is trying to drag you down a different path. That's the difference between knowledge and training. A lot of people don't understand that it's not enough to know something. They actually have to train themselves to be able to do it, even when circumstances are encouraging them to do otherwise.
That's fair. How would you actually... Do you have any sort of... Well, I suppose any recommendations for ways in which to Pavlov yourself into adopting a new pattern of behavior?
Well, unfortunately, I am, as much as I enjoy psychology, I am not a qualified psychologist. And it's very much a case of systems. It's like I said earlier, anxiety influencing every decision that somebody makes, is that you are a product of your environment. And the tragic reality is that a lot of VTubers live on the edge. The stereotype of, the NEET who lives in her room surrounded by trash bags is very much played up by a lot of VTubers because they know it gets attention. They know that it gets the I can fix her audience coming after them. However, the truth is that it's not too far from reality in a lot of cases. And a lot of people in chat are saying systemic training, good habits, self-discipline. Yes, and I know that from my own personal way of things, is that about a year or two ago, we were, like, Ireland in particular, where I live, had very, very heavy COVID lockdown restrictions. People took a very long time to get back to normal. And because of that, I had to spend a very long time isolated, and anyone who was in a big city during COVID will know what I'm talking about when I say that I felt myself becoming very closed off mentally, and I was in a very different mental space from where I normally was. And yet, in the last year or so, I've been able to contrast this by the fact that I've been doing things like a lot more exercise. I've been doing gardening, and I cannot overstate the positive benefits of being able to just stand up, get out of my chair, go out in the garden and pull weeds for half an hour, rather than argue with people on Twitter or on Discord or somewhere else. If you don't have something in your life that lets you do that, you are in a very bad place and you need to change urgently. Unfortunately, I can't give you like a 10-step process that will 100% work. I can only tell you that that's something you need to change.
It's a trope, but touch grass really does work.
Yeah, that's what I hate about the internet. The tragic thing that the touch grass meme has become a meme rather than something that actually is taken seriously. Yeah, as Kiyosumaru says as well, cognitive behavioral therapy is designed to help that process. I would strongly recommend anybody look into at least the basic concepts of cognitive behavioral therapy and similar kinds of therapy. And again, this is why I'm so furious at how touchy-feely and delicate the psychology industry has become, and all this kind of, oh, your feelings are valid, you need to be comfortable every time you do something. And I'm like, no.
Accountability be damned.
Yeah, comfort is the enemy. If I'm comfortable, that means that I don't want to change.
Yep. True. In the same vein as discomfort being necessary for change, this is a pretty
CBT always helps.
CBT love. One of the ways in which, well, an approach that I've stated in the past, and this is something that I personally do, and this is going to sound quite extreme, is whenever I come across an opinion or something that strikes me as stupid, something that elicits a knee-jerk reaction to respond, the way that I pull myself out of it is, and this is going to sound a little odd, perhaps, to some people, I remind myself... It sounds so stupid now that I think about it. I remind myself that I am eventually going to die. and that
We're off to a
everyone
great start here.
everyone I know and love will die as well. And the person who annoys me over the internet will die as well. And so will everyone they know and love. And none of us will be able to control or predict any of that. And then I look back at the thing that annoyed me and it doesn't seem so bad anymore. And I thoroughly recommend this as a as a coping mechanism. Admittedly, it does work better for some people than others. But simply reminding yourself of the fact that you are going to die is, I think it goes hand in hand with the touch grass advice, where, you know, if you remind yourself you only have a limited amount of time to do things in general, or care about things in general, I really do feel like that's just a better way of, you know, existing. Because the internet is... Whenever you engage with anything over the internet, you are doing so on a platform that has been designed from day one, before it ever went live, to hack into your brain and elicit all of the monkey psychology, push as many buttons as possible to elicit as much emotion as possible. And one of the things that, and I think this is something that you might agree with, but I genuinely do feel like empathy has become a vastly overrated trait.
I agree.
In the advent of the internet, and to some extent in VTubing, although I think this is not a VTubing specific thing, it's just a thing in any industry that relies on, you know, sociability being a point of profitability. Because empathy is a disability when you lack the agency to affect whatever it is you feel for. And unfortunately, there are way too many things that you could possibly feel for when you're on the internet. And this
Can I take this down a route, a very much kind of Proctor Zakharov route here? That I genuinely do agree with everything you just said, especially about the whole imagine yourself and everybody around you dead kind of thing. I think that's a perfectly usable thing to do, but it's also a very intrinsically masculine way to view things. And I think that a lot of your comments about empathy definitely come from a very masculine perspective. Whereas I would say that something that is extremely difficult for women is making that mental switch in their heads of empathy is a good thing, but my empathy for this individual, for this cause, for this situation is not going to ever translate into something productive. Therefore, it's better if I just shut it off. I think that is incredibly difficult for women to do. And I think it's also why what I've noticed is a tremendous amount of women tend to cope with stress and problems by getting more responsibility. I think it's like a literal cliche, but I can attest to the fact that this is true. That it's a cliche in media that if a woman is suffering, what she does is she gets a new pet, or if it's extreme, she has a child.
Oh, I can attest to that one.
Yeah, because that's how they deal with it, really, is that when they can't use their empathy to affect a situation that they're exposed to, they instead find something else that their empathy can affect to act as a surrogate for that, to refocus on. And I think that also, to bring it back around to the male perspective, is that's why I find gardening so useful. Because I know that no matter what I do, the plants will always grow. And I have a choice. I can either sit in my room and I can argue with people online, and the plants can grow, which includes the weeds. Or I can go out there and I can do something that is time sensitive, that will keep on going, will lead its own life, regardless of whether I interact with it or not. And its quality of life will be less if I don't interact with it. and I can influence that quality of life, but I can't influence the quality of life of whoever I'm arguing with on the internet.
This is kind of, again, this is a tangent to your tangent, but up until around, I'd say about maybe 1.5 years ago, I never really understood. Sorry. I think my throat is dying a little bit. Yeah, I never really understood the appeal of having children. I always just viewed them as this pit of resources and responsibility. And then
Then you hit 30?
No, not quite. But I went through a process where I made something that I was proud of, and then I realized that it was going to die with me. And I'm realizing that die is a word that has come up alarmingly often when I'm talking about like just ways of thinking. But it's that sort of made me realize, and the fact that you brought up the idea of, this is a garden that would thrive with or without your intervention, but would have a tangible improvement in its life if you did intervene. This is where I made I suppose the revelation that oh shit, this is what children are for, right? This idea of something that you can pour your time and effort into, that will not only exist independently of you, but hopefully will succeed you once you are no longer there. And the existential crisis, a little bit.
I love how Noxon in your chat just said, Armchair went through his weeb phase and watched anime. He saw Anya from Spy X Family and went, I get it now.
That's the thing. I know you said that as a joke, but I genuinely do feel like if you want to convince people of the value of children, I suppose, I think media only goes so far, because media is very good at convincing you that children are cute, but it makes it very hard for that impression to persist once you actually, have to take care of a child. Because as someone who's as someone who's worked as like a teacher of small children in the past, children, they are considerably cuter in media than they are in real life.
They're considerably cuter when you can't smell them.
Yeah. When you're not in charge of children, they sound great, but not when you're actually in charge of one. But I think once you have that moment of going, oh, I want to have something that I can pour my energy into, and I this might not apply to everyone, but once you have that moment of, oh, I want to have something I can pour my energy into that will outlive me, that will exist once I'm gone, I think that's really the real kicker, I suppose, in terms of things that are capable of converting someone from, a person who sees no value in children at all to someone who feels like children do have some sort of intrinsic value or purpose in life. Something that persists beyond the,
I can agree with that.
Wow, cute thing. How did we get here again?
The tangents just kind of took us over. I know how you feel.
Actually, this isn't the cleanest segue, but on the whole theme of like, essentially just one of the I suppose the fundamental dissonances in VTubing as a medium, in my experience, has been the whole struggle that creators will face, and I think this is especially rife among newer creators, where they view VTubing as a way to express themselves on a personal level, and yet they are kind of stuck using a medium on a platform that presents them to their audience as anything but a person. I suppose.
Yeah. Also, just to cut in, Kurai just said, furthermore, it's why YouTube is a better streaming platform than Twitch. Twitch deletes VODs after a month. Yeah, that's one thing that I will say. A very, very hard piece of advice, as in solid and tangible, for anybody who streams on Twitch. Please get a VOD channel. Hell, get a Rumble channel if you have to. Get some way to preserve and archive your material. Do not rely on Twitch clipping. Because you are never going to get a decent clipping audience if all of your VODs just vanish into the ether after 30 days. Make it as easy as possible for people to find your old material and clip you.
And even then, well, think of your content as a backlog. Never view streaming as just something that is only supposed to exist in the moment that you go live. Because essentially, when you attract a new audience, having a backlog of content that they can go through after initially discovering you works wonders when it comes to getting them to stick around. Because if someone's only just watched your stream for the first time and they think, hey, you're a pretty cool creator, having a backlog for them to go through when you're no longer live, well, it gives you an algorithmic boost. Because I'm pretty sure, I know that YouTube is like this, although I'm less sure about how this works with Twitch. But if the platform detects that the viewer is staying on that same platform for longer after your content is finished, it will boost you in terms of, recommending you to said viewer. So again, this might sound like an obvious piece of advice, but exactly like Proctor said, definitely have somewhere where you can keep your old content. Just so, again, no VODs, no legacy is a good way of putting it.
I agree with that, definitely.
But yeah, the whole thing that I was going on about just then, the whole, well, this spirals off into a whole bunch of different problems and therefore different bits of advice. But one of them is that when you choose to use VTubing as a medium, and this is something that Proctor will know this because I've talked about this with him in private before, but one of the things that I've been trying to work out how to say to people, and this is something that I've been trying to drum into the heads of my audience and any other creators who might be watching my stuff. When you pick up VTubing, when you choose to use a social media platform as the way in which you engage with an audience, you are inherently, whether you consent to it or not, objectifying yourself. You are turning yourself into a product, a brand to be consumed by an audience. So one of the most significant pieces of advice that I would give to newer creators who want to pursue VTubing, you can view it as, your own your own avenue, your own, facet for self-expression. But never forget that you are objectifying yourself when you choose to use that medium. You are your own product, you are your own brand, you are not a person in the eyes of your audience by default. And when your audience looks at you and your content and does not see a human being, that's not because they're evil, that's not because they're bad people, that's just a side effect of the medium both of you have chosen to interact with one another, to use to interact with one another. And this is a tangent that I think I've been trying to think about how to word this for a while, and well, I'm sure you have opinions about this as well, Proctor. When it comes to, seems to be this sort of, how do I say this in a sensitive manner? There seems to be a lot of faux empowerment rhetoric being thrown around in VTubing, where people are encouraged to... Actually, well, I'll get into this a bit more later, but people are encouraged to objectify themselves without acknowledging what that does to how your audience perceives you, I suppose. And when you were talking about, BFE, GFE streamers right at the beginning of this stream, I feel like that's a very pertinent example of a part of the industry, I suppose, where a creator's bread and butter is objectifying themselves, and yet you often, well, not often, I suppose, but you semi-frequently get cases where creators will seem to be oblivious of their own objectification and even resent their audiences for viewing them as an object instead of a person by default, when that is exactly
I have an interesting
what they
I have
were
an interesting
doing.
anecdote here.
Yeah.
In that, when I was at V Expo, I had the opportunity to ask the VDere creators a question at the panel that they hosted. I really like the VDere people, by the way. But they're all like VDere is a little group where the dere starts. Their characters are all different, like dere archetypes, like tsundere, yandere, etc. All those kinds of things. And they were talking about what they thought because they were doing Gen 2 auditions for their group as well, and that's what inspired me to ask this question, because they were talking about what kind of dere archetypes the new streamers would be or would choose for themselves. And so I asked them, how much influence do you think your audience has had over the dere archetype that your content falls into nowadays, basically? And it was a question that I'm glad I asked, because it gave them all kind of a bit of pause, and then one of them said that it was a very good question later on, that it made them think. And they all kind of admitted, yeah, it was my audience that made me the way that I am. Like, a lot of them said, oh, I started out with the idea of being this thing, and in the end I realized I'm not really that thing anymore, I'm something else. And I'm that way because my audience focused on certain aspects of how I presented myself, and they encouraged me to focus on those because that's what they wanted.
Yeah. Something that a lot of creators, and I do think that with your anecdote pretty much proves that it's true. But one of the things that we are taught about in media school, that hell that is media school, is is that when you are a content creator, your brand identity is never something that stays solid and that you walk in with. Actually, I should amend that. For most people, it's not. If you are creating your own career, your own brand, your own channel, your own content from scratch, it usually isn't something that you get to just walk in with and make stick. It is usually co-created with your audience. And there are people in chat that are bringing up, like, the Rima horse meme. But that is unironically yet another case study of that happening. Because, again...
It was so funny, because I had a conversation with Rima after her, new model dropped. And I went to her and I said to her, so I'm really curious. So what made you decide to stop being a horse girl and become a kitsune? And she was like, I was always a kitsune. And I was like, wait, what? Everybody called you a horse. I thought you were a horse. She was like, she said, my members would be so entertained by this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, again, your audience is one of the most potent creators and, well, I guess reinforcers of your brand that you can ask for. However, what that also means is that you have to accept that your identity online is going to be, at least to some point, at least, to some degree, malleable according to the whims of your audience. It's just a matter of, understanding which bits to lean into and which bits to silently distance yourself from. With Rima, it's definitely been a boon, I do think, because now it's just this funny in-joke that people can laugh at, both people who are already inside of our fandom and people outside of it. But in other cases, and again, this is why one of the things that I want to clarify, I suppose, with this point about objectification, about being aware of your own objectification when you choose to become a creator on the internet, especially if you choose to become a VTuber, is that a lot of people have the tendency to kind of bristle at the implication that objectification can be a good thing, or at least a neutral thing. Like if you go up to I strongly suspect that if you go up to a random VTuber and you say something along the lines of, "Oh, you're objectifying yourself," if they're not a lewd tuber, they would probably take issue with that statement.
Yes.
And one of the things that's kind of annoyed me, and this isn't exclusive to VTubing, this is just all content creation in general, or just all of, I suppose, online discourse over the last few years, is, and I blame not even modern feminism, but like internet feminism for this. There's been this conflation between objectification and sexualization, whereas in fact there is overlap, but they are not the same thing, at least not all the time. And the way that I want to kind of like explain it to the people in the audience is just, again, all sexualization is a form of objectification, but not all forms of objectification are sexualization. And the problem is, because people have now conflated sexualization and objectification as being the exact same thing, people are very hesitant to acknowledge or admit, and therefore harness their own ability to objectify themselves in a way that is non-sexual. And the thing is, whenever you bring up or imply that somebody is objectifying themselves in any way, they tend to think about it through the lens of all of the negative mental associations that people associate with sexualization, like, loss of agency, superficiality, disrespect, immorality, lack of talent, etc., etc. And they instinctively, recoil from that suggestion that they are objectifying themselves. But
yeah,
the thing that I wanted to emphasize is just, again, just because you are objectifying yourself does not mean it's a bad thing. And part of that is the whole idea that if you objectify yourself, you are inviting disrespect upon yourself. I want to push back against that. Because, again, I do think that there is a reason why invitation of disrespect is... Well, I suspect you might agree with me on this, but I do believe that invitation of disrespect is intrinsically linked to sexualization, especially over the internet. Because, well, when you sexualize yourself as a product to be sold that with the intention of attracting an audience, you are fundamentally selling yourself to an audience as a whole or a stick. And that might sound crude. Some people might object to that because they might say, "Oh, well, sex is so much more than that." And yeah, sure, sex can be, intimacy, vulnerability, emotional connection, all of those things. But not the kind of sex you buy. And when you sexualize yourself as a tool to advertise to an audience, as a tool or a thing that can be bought by an audience, if not with their money, then with their time, that's the kind of sex that you buy and sell. You don't have control over how they choose to use you. Whereas with objectification,
I would overall agree with that. And
yeah,
and also as somebody, as I'm a reindeer, is as sexual empowerment rhetoric combining with hustle culture, I would overall agree, and it's why I find it so annoying. This is a massive pet peeve of mine, and I've gotten to the point where I genuinely view it as completely and totally cynical and manipulative. All of the seething V-tweeters who constantly jump onto every bandwagon about how terrible and awful and manipulative, and again, I do think there are tons of groomers out there, and I think there are plenty of male VTubers who are very blatantly male VTubers because they think that's how they'll attract a VTuber girlfriend. But at the same time, I hate it whenever certain V-tweeters are like, "Oh, I was this male VTuber said horrible things about me. He was being really, really sexually explicit in my DMs, and I felt extremely uncomfortable, and he crossed my boundaries." And I'm just like, lady, you are linking your OnlyFans and your Fansly in your Twitter, and also your alt account, which you link in your Twitter, sells nudes of you for 500 likes a pop. Will you please stop pretending that you did not invite this and you did not enable this and this was not explicitly the social contract you agreed to the moment you took pictures of yourself and posted them online with no clothes on?
Yeah, again, the reason why I emphasize this idea of like accepting the, I suppose, the thing, these again, these potential negative connotations that come along with, well, specifically objectifying yourself in a sexual manner, is because, well, again, you are selling yourself as a product for your audience's use, and you can window dress it any way you like, but fundamentally that's just what it is. And the last thing you want to be caught up in is selling yourself to your audience on a premise that causes you to then start to resent your audience. Because if you put yourself in that position, well, you might as well not have sold yourself to them in that manner to begin with.
My apologies, my phone's ringing.
Oh, that's fair enough. I'll just continue yapping. But yeah, again, the reason why I want to separate sexualization from objectification is you don't, just because you objectify yourself, and again, this is something that a lot of people might instinctively reject or recoil from, but you don't, just because you have an object doesn't mean...
Sorry about that, that was my sister who just called me on the phone for some reason.
Oh, is everything okay?
No, everything's fine. Just a completely random call. Somehow she lives in a different country, and she calls like once every couple of months. And for some reason, she managed to call just as I was in a collab, which is, Poe's Law in action.
Are you able to get back to the call after the collab ends, or?
No, she wasn't. She wanted to talk to my mother anyway, and my mother is in town at the moment.
I see. That makes sense. All right. As long as everything's okay. But yeah, I was saying...
No, that's fine.
I was saying that, again, not all objectification is sexualization. And the thing is, just because you objectify yourself does not mean... Well, actually... And again, I despise how the conflation between the two has made it so that people assume that if you have an object in your hands, that automatically means that you have a right to disrespect it. No. Just because that's how it works with sexualization does not mean that's how it works with objectification. Fundamentally, when you are, when you're an audience member, right? When you have an Oshi, for example, your Oshi, that is not how they are as a person. They are performing a role, a persona. Essentially, they are turning themselves into a product that is lent out to you. And I say lent, not given, because at some point in the future, your Oshi is going to graduate. Either you will leave the fan base because something else happens in your life that takes you away from their content, or your Oshi will leave because, well, any number of reasons, really. If everything works out well, simply because they've chosen to go somewhere else in their life, and they now are empowered enough to do that. But at some point, your Oshi will leave. And when they do, their content is gone. All you will have left are the archives of whatever they've made and your memories of what they were like. But that they take back that aspect of themselves, that objectified aspect of themselves, by simply stepping away from making content. And there's this whole idea that, I've said this before in previous streams, but the way that I advocate for my audience to view things is that, when you are interacting with your Oshi, you are essentially interacting with an objectified version of them that they've loaned out to you. And when you have something in your hands that does not belong to you, that is only on loan to you, it is general human decency, basic human decency, to treat that object with respect, because you don't own it. And again, that I feel like that's a nuance that is kind of lost. And that blinds creators in turn to the idea that they are objectifying themselves and the ability to accept and then use that to its fullest potential. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal. It's almost surreal the way that you're saying this, because I remember back when live streaming first became a thing, and it's long enough ago that I don't remember the full details, but I do remember that a lot of the original people who took up live streaming embraced live streaming as a lifestyle, and they had this attitude of, I'm going to live stream 24/7 or every 9 hours a day minimum. You're going to be part of my life. My platform, my audience is built on trust and honesty, and who I am in front of the camera is who I am in real life at all times. I think people like I think Casey Neistat was one of the big ones of that era. And there was a whole bunch of others, but that's just the one that jumps immediately to mind. And after a year or two, or a couple of years, there was this great wave of backlash towards that whole concept. And a whole load of content creators came out. You can probably still find them on YouTube, videos titled something like, I am not your friend.
Oh, yeah, the whole wave of people like Ludwig and stuff.
Yeah,
this is when parasocial became a buzzword instead of just a concept.
Yes, it did, and I think that's a pretty apt example of the kind of thing that you're talking about. And it was a case of how early on in the medium, when things were much more fluid than they are now, people didn't understand that there just wasn't the experience out there for people to place boundaries. And I don't blame content creators, because it was a new medium. You can't expect people to act with complete premonition and foresight when it's an entirely new medium. But yeah, I would say that, as you say, there can be positive and there can be negative objectification. And positive objectification is a good example of that. Is something that it's scrolled past now, but somebody in the chat about 10 minutes ago said that Sorry, do you have something to go on about?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that thanks, the Heretic, for the £50.
I didn't see that, sorry.
Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. The personification of... my Oshi is Suise, and she's very carefully crafted with her online persona. It doesn't mean that she never shows what she's like underneath the mask, but she's very careful about the way the public perceives her. And I do feel like, I'm sorry, was that going to be the example that you were talking about, or was it another one?
There was... my train of thought is now to run off a cliff, I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's perfectly okay.
But I was going to say that, a lot of the HoloLive talents are a great example of positive, I would say positive objectification, because they do have, or at least they seem to have quite an extensive degree of control over the persona that they end up crafting, developing, reaffirming over time. And at the same time, there is this accepted mutual respect between the creator that is objectifying themselves for the audience and the audience interacting with that objectified persona. Especially with HoloLive. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to shout out to Baka Nikijuga in your chat, who just says, I always think of Alpha Centauri's Recon Ranger Rick. People want a hero, it doesn't matter that he died screaming, the truth would just hurt both sales and morale. And I love Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri is one of my favorite games on Earth. So I know exactly what you're talking about there, and I completely agree with you. In fact, I kind of Armchair, you go ahead, but I'm gonna look up that quote in full. Actually, now that my Alpha Centauri autism has been activated.
Sure, but yeah, this again, I think HoloLive is a great example of this because they have a reputation for being a VTuber idol agency. I don't think there will be a lot of people who look at the HoloLive talents and think, okay, the way they are on stream is exactly the way they are offline as well. And again, there might be a lot of overlap between the two. But I do find that generally, among the EN side, at least, there seems to be this acceptance of the fact that what you are interacting with as an audience member is, to some degree, a version of themselves that they've crafted deliberately for their audience. Perhaps one that has, that's integrated multiple elements of the way that they are in real life. Possibly many elements of the way that they are in real life. But is still a crafted and objectified version of themselves, nonetheless. And again, just because you objectify yourself does not mean that you need to, just as, as a creator, just because you objectify yourself does not mean that you are inviting disrespect upon the objectified version of yourself. And as an audience member, just because you are interacting with an object doesn't mean that you have to disrespect it or you have the right to disrespect it. And
yeah.
yeah.
Can I ask you to? I just found what I was looking for. Could you do me a massive favor and play the audio clip of this? It's only 34 seconds, but
sure.
I really do love it.
Let me see. Oh, is this the on the wiki?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me add this to. Oh, okay. Let me play this out loud.
Richard Baxton piloted his recon rover into a fungal vortex and held 4 waves of mindworms, saving an entire colony. We immediately purchased his identity manifests and repackaged him into the Recon Rover Rick character with a multi-tiered media campaign. Televids, touchbooks, holos, sci-tours, the works. People need heroes. They don't need to know how he died clawing his eyes out, screaming for mercy. The real story would just hurt sales and dampen the spirits of our customers. Mythology for profit. Morgan Stellar Tott's keynote speech.
Yeah. Actually, it's kind of funny that they use the phrase mythology for profit. Because that is exactly what a successful creator persona is, right? You're essentially creating a myth of yourself that you can then sell to your audience. And so,
I agree. I also like how on the quote of that, that's the whole thing says that's from mythology for profit.
Well, I mean, there aren't one of HoloLive's gens literally called Myth?
Yeah, they are.
It's kind of poetic now that I think about it. But yeah. So again, if you're a creator, I highly advise that you approach your interactions with your audience at least not all the time as if you are, one person interacting with another, but as if you are crafting a product to sell to your audience. And I don't mean sell in terms of I give you 5 hours, you give me $500 or anything like that, right? But just understanding that by virtue of the medium that both of you guys are using to interact with one another, the default setting is not that you will come across to them as a person. Now, I do want to include a slight disclaimer. That doesn't mean that it's impossible for your audience to see you as a human being. There have been creators in the past that have routinely had posts and just various moments throughout all of their social media where they will actively remind their audience that they're going through a tough time, that they are still human, etc., etc. But that's usually in the context of something going on in their real life that affects their content as well.
Yeah.
Actually,
I think that if I can comment on this,
sure.
A common problem that I see in VTubing, especially for smaller VTubers, although to be honest, it can happen with pretty much any size and experience level of VTuber, is that they will get themselves into a headspace where they are talking as a person, not as their persona to their audience. And they become upset and frustrated with their audience when their audience reacts to their persona, their objectified persona, as you would describe it, rather than the person. And the lines of communication between the VTuber and their fan base become crossed. Yeah. And in many cases, the fan base I think the fan base does have a responsibility to sit up and pay attention when a VTuber is talking in a serious manner without their persona being active, as it were. On the other hand, I think that because of their relative inexperience in a lot of cases, VTubers themselves don't fully realize just how much of a persona they operate on. It goes back to what I was saying about the early live streamers, is that a lot of them eventually realized that it didn't matter even if they streamed every moment of their life. The mere fact that they were on camera influenced their personalities to a degree that the result was not who they truly were. And many VTubers seem to labor under the belief that they are being who they are when they're not factoring in how their personalities are changing when they are on the camera. And I think that's a very important thing for a lot to acknowledge. Because nobody is 100% sincere all the time. It is a physical impossibility, but it's an emotional idea that a lot of people cling to. And I think an important part of maturing as a content creator is to develop a healthy understanding of the different levels of sincerity you naturally operate on. I think it's also a very good way to put it is that acting is lying, ultimately. When you are acting, you are being a liar. It's that simple. You are presenting a version of reality that is not true. You're not, and when I say you're lying, I'm not saying you're lying with the intent to deceive or the intent to be a bad person, but you are still fundamentally lying. It's ironically why actors are very often extremely bad at doing things like portraying deception, because they are being deceptive by the very act of being an actor to begin with. And so it's like 3 levels of deception, which they find very difficult.
Yeah.
As Ultra Derek just said, this is observed when making documentaries.
Yeah. Again, this the way that you put it, this acknowledgement of the fact that you are at least to some degree deceiving your audience. And again, I understand that when you put it that way, or when we put it that way, people might instinctively, their knee-jerk response might be, no, that's not what I'm doing at all. I'm trying to be genuine. I'm trying to be true to myself. People on the internet don't know that. And especially if you're a smaller creator, they have less data to work off of. So the default assumption is going to be, oh, okay, this isn't a real person. This isn't a real human being. Or at least not a complete human being, as one that you would interact with face to face and get to know would be. And again, I want to reiterate, that's not because your audience is malicious. That's not because you are an awful person or a superficial person. It's just a simple side effect of the medium that you're using to talk to one another, at least in my opinion. Something that you might find interesting, Proctor, is one of the earliest studies that was done in the realm of media studies that looked at how people transition from being normal everyday people into being micro celebrities online via objectifying themselves to accrue an audience was performed using a group of cam girls in the early 2000s to try and observe how that process worked. And
this is going to end in disaster, isn't it?
At least according to the papers I read, nothing dramatic ever happened. But it's funny reading those papers, and I can leave a few links to them down in the. I'll add them to the description of this VOD once the stream's done. Cool. But one of the observation, something that was funny when I was reading through them in the context of, I remember I was reading through them when I was looking at something VTuber related, but it was funny how similar a lot of the phenomena that was described, how similarly it lines up to what VTubers just do by default. Now, I'm not saying that all VTubers are cam girls, but I am saying that the underlying principle is fundamentally the same. And this doesn't just apply to VTubers. This is like every online content creator that has ever existed and ever will exist, where at least a part of being successful online will be to consciously or subconsciously turn yourself into a more marketable version of yourself, and therefore an objectified persona, not a person.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Yeah. In similar vein, and it's kind of counterintuitive to that whole spiel that we just went on, and I think you were the one who raised this point in our private conversations about, what kind of things that you would want smaller or aspiring VTubers to remember when going about just content creation. And the thing that you brought up was the importance of remembering that your product, your audience, and your quote-unquote competitors are just people.
Yes.
So, how would you say that, in your experience, based off of the creators that you've had the opportunity to, interact with, whether it be you asking them something or them approaching you to vent about something, what are some of the, I suppose, how do I put this? What are some of the common tropes that you observe in creators that... Actually, even more basic than that, what do you mean when you say that people should remember that, again, they and their competitors and their audience are all people too, and that it's important to remember that?
You got all day?
Sorry?
I'll try and summarize this as best that I can. When you're... I have this profound belief that human psychology is simply not evolved to deal with the reality that we can communicate across vast distances via mediums that don't allow our natural empathy, that don't allow our natural instincts and our natural observational abilities to create a concept in our minds of what the other person is thinking and doing and feels. And I think that ability is critical to our ability to contextualize the actions of another person as the actions of a person, instead of simply events that exist in our surrounding spaces. And I've seen this several times where two people on the internet will both be working... They have both constructed straw mans of the other individual in their own heads. They have taken the actions of that individual, but rather than assigning those actions personhood and continuing to view the other person as a person, they've instead created an image of what that person is inside their own head, and any further input beyond that, they start to filter through that straw man. They add to that straw man. And it's very difficult to easily put into words what I mean by this, but I've seen it break friendships, I've seen it destroy communities, and a lot of it could have been solved very easily simply by taking a step back and doing your best to take down that mental straw man you have of the other person, which is extremely easy to do when you're just speaking to them over text, or sometimes even voice chat, because even in voice chat, you hear the person, but you cannot see their face. And as somebody like Itsumo Knight says, we are not Gundam's new types. Yes, I kind of thought in my head as Armchair was talking about this, and I think I will just come out and say it, is that after interacting with VTubers extensively and people online for many years, I now have a much deeper understanding of what Hideaki Anno was trying to get at when, in End of Evangelion, he made everybody turn into Tang.
There is something deeply true about what you said about the mediums we use to communicate nowadays, stripping us of every tool that we've evolved to have in order to properly understand someone else's intentions and to properly humanize whoever it is we're communicating with. And again, this problem is only emphasized whenever you are one creator interacting with another creator. The way that I've put it to my chat before is, well, if I ever interact with another creator off of stream, the first few times that we interact will be a bit like two parents arranging a play date among their children, because it's basically a persona interviewing another persona to see if those personas would get along.
Pretty much, yes. If I can just continue to give some more context, is that I consider the greatest asset that I have in my life online is the fact that before I came onto the internet, before I developed a major internet presence, that I was raised in a quite tight community of people who were very open and honest with each other. And I was trained, because autistic people tend to either have far too much empathy or very little empathy. But I didn't have a huge amount of empathy as when I was a child, instinctive empathy, but I was taught and I was allowed to develop that by growing up in an environment where that was both encouraged and I was rewarded for it. And as a result, I feel as if I am a very empathetic person, is that I feel a lot of the pain that other people have, and I genuinely do want to help people that come to me with problems and issues, even people that I may not like. There are several people that have come to me that I've genuinely not liked at all. But I've gone, again, this person is just like me. Our blood is the same color. And we're both going to experience similar things. The only people that I have ever genuinely cut off and have I've drawn a line underneath their names and says, I am never going to consider this person's opinion or give this person the benefit of the doubt ever again, are the people that I know for a fact have tried to manipulate me in a psychopathic kind of way, that have tried to act in one way around me when I know that they have done something completely the opposite somewhere else. And there's maybe 5 or 6 names out of 20 years that are on that list that I think are genuinely beyond the pale, are not even worthy of my empathy level, and manipulative.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. I think there's also a tremendous amount of people on the internet who have not had that benefit, who have been taught from a very early age to be not that they are natural sociopaths, that they're not natural manipulators, but have unfortunately been exposed to an environment where acting in a manipulative way is more beneficial than allowing themselves to be emotionally vulnerable and taking on the other person's opinion and trying to feel the other person's pain when they make a decision has been.
I would agree with that, especially when, well, actually, would you agree that if you are trained to view interactions as transactions, then that frame of mind becomes easier to adopt?
I would say so, definitely. It's the old, the idea of, it's why, in military court, the I was just following orders isn't acceptable as an excuse, because people will do that. People will blame people when people have done something nasty. I mean, nobody thinks of themselves as a villain inside their own mind, and so it is natural for a person who has done something bad to look at their circumstances and go, it wasn't me, it was that over there. And VTubing is very, very good at giving people excuses of it wasn't me, it was that over there.
That's, yeah, I would honestly I would agree with that as well. Although, just to push back against that slightly, ever so slightly, I do think that is a bit... I do think that is in major part due to the fact that, well, it's just something that happens whenever you interact with other people online as well.
I agree.
But
a lot of what we talk about is definitely going to have a lot of validity outside of outside of
VTubing. For sure. Actually, I'm a reindeer. You put it. They said in chat, empathy dies at a distance or through a screen, and yeah, I do think that again. There is a lot of truth to that. Also, the heretic, thank you for the 5. See, problem number 1 on the internet is that problem number 1 in internet communication is that feelings don't translate well into sterilized written form. And I really like the use of that word sterilized when it comes to the effect that communicating over the internet has on the way that your words come across to another human being. Because it does remove any sort of, well, I suppose any sort of trace of anything, I suppose, for want of a better word, anything living attached to something when you just hear it from a disembodied voice or just text on screen. And when you brought up the idea of, people being taught from a young age, that, you know, people being encouraged from a young age to ignore the need to empathize with someone else when you're communicating with them. And when I brought up the idea that, you know, when you become accustomed to interactions being transactional, it becomes easier to fall into that kind of mindset and that kind of approach towards interacting with other people. I do view that as a bit of a rising plague as a result of both the way that that platforms are designed to gamify interacting with other people. Like, you know, everything has a metric attached to it that can, you know, number go up, you know, get dopamine, whatever. And not only that, but so many platforms are implicitly or explicitly geared towards a child audience. And as a result, you know, it's the whole get them young, train them young, turn them into the perfect consumers young kind of mentality that underlines how a lot of these platforms operate as well. It's a slight tangent, but I subscribe. This is my personal, my pet low stakes conspiracy theory, is that YouTube is secretly trying its best to capture as much of a child audience as possible by insisting.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, by insisting that everyone make family-friendly content and then intervening themselves with the occasional video to switch it to being for kids because it's already family-friendly, so they have no barrier.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember I was in like I'm taking a course at the moment, like an informal course in like 3D printing, and it's mostly I'm probably the youngest person there. There's a whole bunch of guys that are I'm 33, and I'd say there's a guy there that's 52. But he has a very young child that he has to bring to class every so often, and she's only about, I think, like 3 or 4. He's an interesting guy, but and what he does is he basically just gives her. He's very unfortunately he's a bit of a tablet parent. He gives her the tablet babysitter. Yeah, and like I see the kind of nonsense that she's watching, and she's way into the YouTube Kids stuff, and I'm just like I've been morbidly fascinated by it every so often, because I remember My Little Pony, like the new My Little Pony thing, and how that just took the internet by storm when it happened. And like looking back on it now, analytically years later, the reason why that had such a massive adult following is that it did, on some level, manage to be fairly decent at presenting adult themes in a very cutesy, safe, friendly kind of way. Which, you know, is an objective quality of the work, I think, without getting into any of the nonsense thing. And the nonsense about bronies and so forth. But it had those qualities, whereas nowadays, I mean, put it this way, I would allow my children to watch something like My Little Pony. I would not have a problem with them watching something like that, because I would feel as if the material that they are consuming is at least making a good faith attempt to teach them something that will be useful later in their lives.
That's fair.
However, YouTube Kids content is not going to produce anything like that, and I think that YouTube may well be. Again, this is you can call this a conspiracy theory, because I'm not saying there's anything to this, but I genuinely believe that YouTube is trying to create a modern audience.
Oh no, I believe this 100%.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's something that Kirsha talks about an awful lot as well, which again I agree with, is that a lot of people say, "Oh, modern entertainment is terrible. They're appealing to an audience that doesn't exist." Whereas no, it doesn't exist now. It's trying to create that audience in 20 years' time. If it's not, dealt with. The children that are currently watching brain rot YouTube Kids content are the kind of people who will grow up to be the modern audience.
Yeah. Part of the disturbing trend is that, well, I mean, to put it crudely, it's sort of the difference between content for kids and content for monkeys. And unfortunately, the kind of content that is peddled nowadays is very much the latter. because it's all about sensory stimulation, the most surface level, superficial ways of eliciting some sort of response from the brain. It's just, there is no message behind it. It's all aesthetics, and that's it. And, well, I mean, this is at risk of tangenting a bit too far from the topic.
Oh dear.
When you look at a lot of the modern audience type slop that is coming out of, let's say, for example, the games industry, a lot of it displays that same superficiality in the way that it presents itself and its messages. Everything is a visual signifier of a message. There is no nuance, the signifier of a message. There is no nuance, there is no deep universal themes. It's all, how does something look? How is the most
superficiality is an excellent way to put it.
Yeah. And actually, this is a rant that I've gone on in previous streams as well, but the whole, you see this especially with the way that people advocate for diversity in the games. And the way that diversity is presented, well, first off, the industry has a really warped perception of what diversity is. There are two different types of diversity that you can pursue: diverse industry or diverse games. And the two are so different that they're incompatible with one another, where the industry is inherently diverse, but right now what you're seeing is the rise of the media that is explicitly designed to be diverse. And the way that it does that is just by having, essentially just packaging up stereotypes and presenting those as virtues or a measure to be aspired to, instead of just being stereotypes. And you can never get any sort of, there is no culture in any of the diversity that's being presented. It's all just, you know, race, sexuality, gender, just as, again, the word superficial works here because it's something as basic, surface level, skin deep, quite literally, as the color of your skin, your genitalia, where you would like to put that genitalia, and how you would like other people to see you, and that's pretty much it. It's all the most. This is something that offends me greatly personally, but it's this butchering of the concept of diversity to the point where it's just a superficial parody of a virtue that is both a product and exacerbator of the kinds of problems that you were talking about, where people are only trained to respond to visual stimuli without looking for any sort of underlying message or education or truth. And it's just, it's such a slog to get through. And the worst parts of it, for me at least, is watching so-called media organizations try to claim that this is actually a good thing. Oh,
yes, we are very much at the "it's a good thing" level of the indoctrination.
I genuinely cannot believe that something like Dustborn is praised as a diverse game, where something like Black Myth Wukong is frowned upon for not being diverse enough. And by the way, for people in the audience, that's what I mean by the difference between a diverse game and a diverse industry. Games like Black Myth Wukong are essential for a diverse industry because that just means you have multiple different niches, all of which are catered to by a different group of people making stuff for a different audience. That's fine. The core of diversity, functional diversity, is an acknowledgement of difference. When you ignore that difference, when you treat everything as if it's interchangeable with one another, you get, well, I suppose, if you must call it diversity, dysfunctional diversity. And that's exactly what games like Dustborn are like, where, again, you just jam a bunch of tropes together, and you assume that some of those tropes are inherently diverse, which makes it a product that is supposedly worth consuming and making.
Yeah, I like how Speedon in your chat just said, "Ignore the evidence of your eyes and ears and soul. Absolute slop content is what you want for your own good."
Yeah. That's the. I mean, again, that all gets to the whole, like, you know, kids being the forbidden target audience, I suppose.
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh.
Yeah, I feel there's at least another 8-hour stream or something based on those.
I'll just move away from that before it consumes us. But yeah, in a similar vein, to that though, one thing that, and this is something that I've become increasingly aware of as I've been, you know, looking into things like corporate fuck-ups in the VTubing scene, and this is something that I have no doubt you are very aware of.
Depressingly so.
One of the things that really define this industry, partially because it is an entertainment industry, is the fact that, well, and again, if you are an aspiring VTuber, this is something that is very worth accounting for. VTubing is a very incestuous space to occupy. I will ask you I suspect you will have a lot to say on that particular assessment of the industry. But just quickly, I just wanted to say that, you know, I've gone on multiple times before about how the VTubing community does not exist. However, I do want to add on the addendum that we do have something. There is, you know, it doesn't exist, but there is something that resembles it. And the closest thing that we have to the VTuber community is whatever is left after all of the cliques and blacklists have been accounted for. But much. Yeah. I was going to ask if you wanted to expound on whatever, you know, the unfortunate insights, I suppose, that you've gained about this particular aspect of the space we occupy.
There is. Yeah, unfortunately, I actually have to AFK for just about 5 minutes or so because I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And I will definitely have a lot to say when I get back. But I will just be a couple of minutes. I definitely need to have all my faculties properly prepared before going into this particular topic because, yes, I can discuss that topic for a very long time.
Exciting. All right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back in just 5 minutes at the most.
No problem. But yeah, while Proctor is gone, if you are a VTuber that's starting out, unfortunately, and again, how do I say this? When you're trying to establish yourself in VTubing, because of the fact that it is an entertainment industry, and because of the fact that, again, like I said right at the beginning of the stream, sociability and profitability are intrinsically tied together, right? You are selling a persona of yourself, and you are selling the idea that you are someone who is worth knowing, worth spending time with, worth befriending to both your audience and other creators. As a result of that, what tends to happen is that this business, the further up you go, the more you tend to run into scenarios where everyone knows each other from at least some point earlier on in their career. Most people, the overwhelming majority of people, will be at least on speaking terms with one another. However, what that also means is that bridge burning is something that a lot of people tend to, bridge burning is something that people avoid at all costs because of how, simply because of how, again, because of the way that the industry is so interlocked with one another, with itself. Burning a bridge now can screw you over a few years in the future. And this is why, personally, I treat, whenever someone raises the concept of the VTuber community, whenever someone invokes the VTuber community, I always treat that idea with not disdain, but a bit of skepticism. Because, well, there's several reasons. First, the fact that this is an industry that's very, the bar to access it is very low. The bar is in hell, so the standards are on the floor. All you need is a few 100 hours or a few $1,000, and hey presto, anyone can become a VTuber. And the thing is, oh wait, D suffers. I'm 100% sure that Clique loves their bridge burning techniques. Yeah, the problem is when you have people coming in who don't need to share any sort of unifying culture or anything, it becomes very hard to forge the bonds of community with another person. So if you are a young VTuber, if you are an aspiring VTuber or a small VTuber, when you reach out to people, I urge you to vet the people you come to, vet the people that you associate with, that you come to regard as your inner circle, your clique, if you will, the group of other creators that you relate to, confide in, etc. I highly advise that you vet them not on the basis that they share some sort of superficial similarity with you. And again, superficial similarity meaning things like just, CCV or race or background, language,
Are you saying that the black VTuber community isn't wholesome and inclusive and wonderful?
Okay. Funny that you bring that up. Okay, look. This will...
I apologize in advance if there's strange noises, but I have a small and highly excited Jack Russell in the room with me at the moment.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine.
My parents are in town, and I am currently responsible for him.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah, I was... It's funny that you bring that up, because I was going to say... When I hear about groups or events in the VTubing space where everyone participating is only connected through the fact that they occupy the same industry and one superficial trait, that being things like their skin color or their sexuality or their gender identity, and when those events or groups devolve into infighting, I'm not surprised. Because if all you share in common with your peers or any group are those superficial traits, that doesn't really make a community. It just makes any other disparate group of people that happen to share one or two superficial traits. If you really want a community, you need a common set of values and principles. And unfortunately, when you are a VTuber, the whole point of your medium is that it's divorced from the way that you are in real life. So yeah, it's going to be a lot harder to find people that are really similar to you in terms of what they believe, how they act, the standard of conduct that they hold themselves to. And again, if you are an aspiring VTuber, I strongly urge you to look beyond those superficial traits when you're looking for people to befriend, to associate with, and instead focus on making sure that you share a common set of principles, of beliefs, of conduct. Because, I get wanting to celebrate or find a safe space for people who share your, again, race, gender, sexuality, but really none of those things on their own are strong enough to create a community.
Yeah, I think that you can kind of take this in, say the same thing in a different way, in that basically there is diversity and then there is actual diversity. In that a lot of the diverse communities online are basically just cliques of the exact same kind of person who believe the same kind of things.
Oh wait,
at least on the surface.
Sorry, I just wanted to really quickly butt in with something, but
yeah, sure.
One of the things that really irritates me about the popular modern conception of diversity is that people assume that diversity is an individual or inherent trait instead of a contextual one. If you are to say that one group of people is more diverse than another, it's the exact same absurd thing as if you said that one person is more equal than another. Because diversity is not something that you are born as. It's something that's conferred onto you by your environment, your context. If you are simply in a group with a whole bunch of other people that are considered, like you said, Proctor, diverse, that's not diversity. That's just, it's just using the word to justify a clique that's joined together through the most superficial of traits. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, as like Speedon said, isn't the classic joke that the racist community is extremely racially diverse? I guess the poll meetup meme. Yeah, and I can attribute to that definitely, and it's something that I very much enjoy TVA for, is that TVA is genuinely a very diverse community. We have men, we have women, we have femboys, we have those in between, and we have a great deal of ethnic diversity as well. We have a lot of Mexicans, we have a lot of people from Southeast Asia, we have a couple of Chinese, we have plenty of Americans, Europeans, etc. I would say that if you took 30 or 40 active members of TVA, you would have a pretty broad spectrum of humanity represented by them. But what unifies them is the fact that they all generally believe in certain principles of free speech and free expression. And that means that they can talk about each other, sometimes in pretty damn derogatory ways. I mean, you've never seen somebody be more racist than two different, basically completely identical Slavic peoples going at it in a Discord call. That is, I remember that from my time in the history community. Like the most, I've got a whole meme on my Discord server about how the different kinds of Slavic peoples view each other. But it really is so absurd to me that there's this conception that if you're of a certain skin color or if you're a certain background, then there's some almost metaphysical element of your personality that means you will always react to certain things in the exact same way as the rest of your race.
Yeah,
it's just
treating everyone of a certain race as a monolith is absurd.
Yeah, which is, I know, and yet that is supposedly the not racist view of things.
Yeah, I mean, in line with the example you just gave, no one is more racist to Chinese people than Chinese people. If you got everyone who shares the same ethnicity into, if you force them all to share the same space, they would find some way of discriminating against one another, amongst one another, in some way. Even if you look at, even provinces in China have different stereotypes about one another.
Look at Japan. Every province in Japan has a stereotype about other people from different provinces in Japan. It's just the same in Britain too. We've got the Midland culture, the Lowland culture, the Highland culture, etc. Imagining that there is somehow an ontological difference between those things and the kind of outright racism is just absurd. It's just the exact same thing in different contexts and and we have just decided as a culture that one is good, one is funny and cute, and just it's funny when a guy with a London accent goes to the lowlands and people don't want to talk to him. That's funny, but I can think you can imagine of all sorts of other contexts where that would be, the subject of an expository documentary or three.
I feel like one of the worst things to happen to our conception of diversity as a society, but yeah, the popular conception of diversity is the separation of the notion of diversity from discrimination. Because if you really think about it, you need discrimination to have diversity, at least to some extent. You need to have some factor in the environment that forces people to do different things or
exactly. You have to acknowledge that people are different.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the whole problem, is that the more you acknowledge people are different for the sake of accounting for racism, you're inherently creating a structure that is in itself predisposed towards being racist. It's just like, I think a great comparison of this is to look at the nonsense on Twitter, on artist Twitter, where artists say things like, the only way that we will be free from the AI menace is when we invent something that can detect AI flawlessly and perfectly. And I'm like, so in other words, you're going to create the best AI image generator ever to tell you when something is an AI image. Because that's the only way you can do it.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of circular logic is pretty commonplace on Twitter, admittedly.
Yeah, as Blaze said, yep, it's called AI. Exactly. It's inventing the solution to the problem, which is in itself a larger problem. You just don't want to acknowledge it because it's not convenient.
Yeah. Cane beetles and cane toads.
Yeah, I mean, we have once again tangented off the topic.
Oh yeah,
and
sorry.
I gotta blame myself.
Yeah.
Yep, that's okay.
I'll give the floor to you.
Yeah, you've probably given the floor to my dog as well, who's starting to bark in the background. But I think to start at the beginning, many people have this conception that the VTuber industry isn't incestuous because they take the example of lots of indies saying, "Oh, I'm terrified to talk to other people. Oh, I'm such an isolated, insulated person." And like, "Oh, my social circle is tiny and everything." But I think that the incestuous nature of the industry is extremely systemic, and it's systemic because we're in the second generation of streaming as a whole. Because VTubing is inherently a form of streaming. We're in the second generation of both streaming and we're in the second generation of the idol industry. And VTubing is a combination of both of those things. It's streaming and idol culture. And as I see it, idol culture, to begin with, is well known. There have been many documentaries on just how incredibly corrupt the idol industry in Japan was.
Oh yeah.
And they did horrible things, like deeply physically and mentally abusive things to idols. Many idols have spoken up about this. And many idols, there's also plenty of documentaries about how idols were very much in competition with each other and they did nasty things to each other many times. But many of the leading figures from the idol industry have transitioned into VTubing as an evergreen version of being an idol. Because, I mean, VTuber models don't age. I mean, they do, but you can just get a 2.0. You can't do that with your flesh self. That's the barrier for idols. But many of the principles, yeah, as somebody in the chat just said, like Kikihime can confer with that as well. Yes, hello. Sorry, I'm being a tiny bit distracted. Yeah, as Korea is also a great example of it too. So you've got this basis. Yeah, you've got this base of very exploitative and manipulative and toxic work culture and industry practices. But then a lot of those people go on to, in some form, VTubing. A lot of them, because VTubing started in Japan, many of the people that are now managers and so forth in the VTuber industry have at least some links to the idol industry, or at the bare minimum were influenced by it. Pretty much all of them will admit it. And remember that Japan is a very, very oligarchical, very patriarchal culture. So you are expected to listen to the lessons of your elders. You do not rock the bed. You do not innovate. You listen to the words of the people that came before you, and you do as they do. And so you've got a very strong continuity there. And that in turn influenced Western VTubing, in that many people that are now big VTubers looked at how the industry functioned over in Japan, and it was a case of monkey see, monkey do. Even if they didn't have that basis of that direct connection to old idol culture, they looked at many of the products of it and then went, I should model myself in a kind of cargo cult way after the practices of these people. So hopefully that makes sense so far.
Yeah.
To understand the continuity there.
For sure.
And back in you have to factor in the effects of COVID as well, and this is often very much underestimated, that a huge number of the VTubers that are popular today, and many others, got their start in things like VR chat, or they got popular because of playing like Among Us collabs or pretty much any other party game, community event, so on and so forth, during COVID, when everybody was locked down, when parasocialism was at its absolute zenith because physically nobody could do anything else. And many of those people that are from that era still have many foundational connections within the industry, both in the corporate side of things and in indie VTubing. And it's just absurd to me for people to say people don't talk to each other, people that don't... Yeah, Zentreya, Luca Kaneshiro, two very big examples, like Buff Pup as well. And all these kinds of people can trace their origins back to a common point. And to be frank, the only difference between them and the two views is a case of I got there first. There are many two views out there that could easily be the current Zentreya, the current, the Iron Mouse, etc. It's just that, circumstances and fate happen to favor them over the people that are currently still in two view hell. And that's my point. There is no real difference between these people, aside from the opportunities they were able to seize and take advantage of. Because this irritates me tremendously. People have this idea that just because somebody is popular, they are inherently a better content creator. And on some level, there is a direct correlation between skill and popularity. You're not going to... You have to have charisma to be a successful VTuber. But at the same time, all of that is... The viewers are the fuel. If you don't have the fuel, you're not going anywhere. And it's like that. The big VTubers, they have a lot of fuel. And it's a bit like the case of the rich get richer while the poorer get poorer. My economist friend will say that to you directly, is that if you're a millionaire... It's actually very, very hard to not be a millionaire, because at that point you've got the connections, you've got the ability to keep making much more money than the average person. Whereas if you go from zero, it's easy to go into debt. That's kind of a tangent anyway. That's basically what I'm trying to say, is that even if they're popular, these people all share the same spaces. And if you're at the top... And this is going to be a bit harsh on people that are popular, and I don't mean to imply for any reason that the same principles don't apply to 1 views or 2 views. But if you're at the top, you not only need to take into account what is going to keep you popular, but also you're going to have to look out for potential rivals in this industry. You're going to have to look out for people that might come along and be the next thing that might attract attention away from you. And so even if you never do anything nasty yourself, you have to acknowledge that there is a perverse incentive there to cover your own ass. And I'm okay. I do genuinely believe that you can be a big VTuber and be a nice person. I'm not saying for a second that a 4-view that you like is a nasty person just because they're a 4-view. What I am saying is that it is very stupid to think that somebody is a wholesome and perfect individual who would never do anything wrong, and that it's a wrong thing to even say that they could do that. Like, acknowledging that they could does not mean that they did, okay? That's as simple as I can put it, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's... Well, would it be accurate to say that... Would it be accurate to say that you are advocating for... advocating against simply putting people onto pedestals because they are successful?
Yes, I most certainly am.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's... I understand why some people, like you pointed out preemptively, like why some people might feel... Again, knee-jerk reaction might be, oh, well, my favorite creator, who's large, would never do that. And I understand why some people might bristle at the suggestion that that's even a possibility.
Yeah, I think that a very good way would just be an illustration is that let's take a random, let's not even bother to name them, like a random 2view. Let's say a random 2view came out with an 80-page document about something nasty that had happened to them. Please stop sniffing my microphone, thank you. Sorry, I've got my dog in my lap right now.
It's okay.
And if the public perception of if they came out with it as a 2view, and if Iron Mouse came out with the exact same document, you can't get away from the reality that the perception of those documents would be radically, regardless of their contents, would be dramatically influenced by the people who produced them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't separate, well, you can't really separate anything like that from the identity, the character of the person coming out with those particular, like, you know, statements or accusations or allegations. That thing
I agree.
that you were... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, you go on. You continue a line of thought first.
Oh, yeah. So, the thing that you brought up before about the importance of making it so that the statements you make are not contingent on your character, or are not contingent on the character of the person making them. I do feel like the more popular you become, the less you are... the less you are capable of keeping your character, your context, all the baggage around who you are and your identity out of your statements. Even if, you know, let's say, for example, that large creator, you know, a large indie, let's say, I don't know, like, let's say Joel, right, came out with a document saying that, you know, another creator was a manipulative piece of shit towards him.
Yeah.
Even if he plied the public with loads of screenshots and stuff like that, there will always be a group of people in the audience reading that document who will simply believe what he's saying, not because of any of the evidence, but simply because of who he is as a creator. And again, that's a positive example of that happening. But
yes.
Again, I really do think that, again, like, the more successful you are, in a perverse way, the less you are capable of separating your character from your statements, I suppose.
Yes.
And I say character in both
agree.
senses of the word, both your, you know, how you conduct yourself, and also the persona you play as part of your content.
I think that's a pretty decent way to put it.
People in chat are bringing up fruit.
Yeah, I know. Yes, it's low-hanging fruit. It's a very low-hanging example in this case.
I mean...
Yeah, I think that Electron DeForza does make a good point here when he says, just look at the reactions of Doki versus Sayu. Only after Doki made her document, people believed Sayu.
Yeah, that fucking
I do think
sucks. Yeah.
I know. It is a truth. It is a truth, unfortunately. And that is another thing that is a major problem in this industry. That... And again, it's what I will call a known quantity. When you are at the top of the industry, you are going to be naturally aware of the fact that people below you can say things that are objectively true about you, but that you are going to be able to get away with it because you're at the top, and that there is a lot of institutional influence and institutional inertia on your side. Whereas when you're at the bottom, it's going to be a lot harder for you to get people to believe you, even if you are being completely true and honest and giving all the receipts you can have. It's just like with Niji Sanji, is that until Doki Bird happened, people were still willing to give Niji Sanji a tremendous amount of the benefit of the doubt over all things. Now we see a case of the opposite, because leaving aside for the moment the the potential truth or lie of either side of the story in the whole great Doki Bird Selen Niji-Sanji issue, it is now basically completely impossible for Niji-Sanji to recover its image, to be taken seriously again. It wouldn't matter if Niji-Sanji came out and said something that was objectively true. It's going to be treated as a joke by a large number of people, which is a terrible thing to happen. It's just as bad a thing to happen on the industry side as when it happens with the individual, I'll say.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair enough to say as well. And actually, people in chat have brought up the difference between like Shondo and Taiga when it comes to...
I love Vane here. If Vidal made a statement about Nyoro, I wouldn't take it seriously unless Nyoro was the one to say it.
I genuinely do think that Vettel is one of the most drama-free creators in the space, at least to my knowledge.
Yeah.
And it does strike me as quite funny that one of the most drama-free creators essentially made a robot in order to create content for him. So, I think that says a lot about our society. But yeah, people in chat brought up Taiga versus Shondo when it comes to the ease at which, certain people can get the public's support on this side. Because I guarantee that if Taiga had received the same amount of support on Twitter that Shondo had about his YouTube termination, YouTube would probably have reversed it at this point in time.
Definitely.
And the focus on social currency in this space.
Yes. Social currency. I like that. I like those words.
Yeah.
Well, I hate those words, but it's a very good way to sum it up.
Yeah. The focus on social currency that infests this space, it makes it so that VTubing is not... I don't think that VTubing is inherently more malicious an industry or more inherently more hostile an industry than any other, well, at least any other entertainment industry. I mean, look at Hollywood, for example. But I do think that VTubing has a perfect storm of a whole bunch of different, disadvantageous traits that make it so much more difficult to survive as a small or smaller creator, especially when you factor in the fact that VTubers are operating on these platforms that are themselves rife with issues and only end up responding to things like public pressure, solidarity, a community up in arms about something. And it's just such a... At least from my perspective, it's just so exasperating to watch when... And again, I don't want to make this sound like a targeted attack against anyone who happens to accidentally use the phrase the VTuber community. Again, I understand why people say it because it's a convenient shorthand. And
yes,
I could talk for hours about how community is a word that has been popularized on the internet, mostly because of the fact that creators defaulted to using it in the early stages of content creation when it was developing as a genre of entertainment, because it allowed them to make their audience, to ingratiate themselves to their audience, and to ingratiate their audiences to themselves. I understand why community is an easy and convenient word to use. I understand why it's an appealing word to use because it carries all of those comfortable connotations of solidarity and compassion and togetherness. But at the same time, whenever I see someone using the term community to describe VTubing as a whole or as a space,
I think it's a very manipulative term. I think that might be what you're getting at.
Yeah.
It's very often used as a term with connotations that you should listen to.
And again, I can't really think of a bit of advice that I would want aspiring or new VTubers to take away from this more than the VTuber community doesn't exist. If something happens to you and, well, if something happens to you and you need the help of a community to back you up, all you are going to have is the community you've built for yourself. Because
yes, I can definitely attest to that.
Because unless you happen to get very lucky, you win the RNG game on Twitter, or you happen to have a story that aligns with those that are already, receiving attention in the same space or context, you are not going to be able to draw on a larger community than your own to advocate for you.
Kyosumaru in the chat just said VTubing is an industry that consists of Venn diagrams of overlapping communities within it, and I'd agree. And I think this is kind of a tangent that, well, not really a tangent, but it's definitely relevant to the discussion in that the VTuber community, I kind of slightly, in terms of the community, it does exist until you put a foot wrong. And then it only exists in the context of, oh wow, everybody but me is in the community, and the community's sole focus is on kicking me as hard and as repeatedly as possible.
Yeah.
And you mentioned blacklists and so on earlier. Is that
Yes.
It does come back to that. This is something that, again, unfortunately, I can't really provide many... I have had the tremendous privilege to be the confidant of people in the past. But the one thing I find most depressing is that of all the people that speak to me, pretty much all of them say some variant of the same thing. I can talk to you because you're outside of the kind of people that would take me seriously. If you were to speak about it to other people, is that, like, let's say, for example, that you go on 4chan and somebody posts a long screed against somebody on 4chan. Maybe every single word in that is completely accurate. Perhaps that person is even another VTuber or a manager, or hell, it could hypothetically even be a CEO, because again, it's anonymous. And they could be revealing deeply held industry secrets that are incredibly important. But because of the nature of the way that it's now been shared and discussed, nobody is probably going to care about that. It's going to be talked about maybe for a little bit, and then it's going to fall by the wayside. Because the medium in which it was shared is not taken particularly seriously. But and it goes back to what we were saying about like the social currency thing. Is that if somebody with clout, with power, or some level of credibility was to discuss the exact same things, people would listen to them. That would create ripples. That would create a stir. So that person would then become a threat. And the rest of the industry would look at that person and go, you're not going to have anything else to do with us. So that's why a lot of VTubers are quite willing to speak in places where they know a lot of stuff on 4chan, I can say, does come from at least, it comes from authoritative sources through biased voices, put it that way. There's plenty of people on 4chan and other anonymous message boards who genuinely are either VTubers or people inside the industry in some capacity. But the reason they go to 4chan is because they want to spin a narrative and spin a bias. And that has created the overall perception that you can't trust anything you read on an image board or places like that. And I agree, you shouldn't. You absolutely shouldn't. And that annoys me, because it's enabled this back alleyway in the industry where a lot of things can be said out loud anonymously that you're not allowed to say with your name attached to them, because if you say it anonymously, nobody will care. But if you do say it with your name attached, people might care, and that's when it becomes wrong. It's like there's so many things that are known about that, well, it really does go pretty deep into things, but there's so many things that are acknowledged about, but it's like until it's a bit like Hollywood. Like if you go to Hollywood and say there are people who enjoy people of a minor persuasion in Hollywood, everybody's going to say, yeah, of course there are. Are you stupid? But are you going to start naming names? What happened to the last people who started naming names about it? You can acknowledge that it happens, you just can't be specific.
Yeah.
And that's what I really dislike. And I'm not saying it's anywhere near. I'm not trying to imply that there's something similar happening in VTubing, but the same general social context happens in VTubing an awful lot.
Where you're allowed to acknowledge that a problem exists, but you can't actually solve it because to be specific would be social suicide.
Yes, I think that's a very concise and effective way to put it. And
you are the person who they commit social suicide in front of.
Yeah, and it's very depressing. It's very, very depressing. And I also think that that VTubing is dominated because so many VTubers are introverted. Then the few VTubers who are extroverted can exert a phenomenal amount of influence and a phenomenal amount of pressure on the industry. Because you don't need to shout very loudly if you know everybody else in your presence will cower if you whisper. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that absolutely, yeah, that's, When you talk about VTubers who've managed to speak up about, fundamental taboos, sins, dysfunctions in the space, in the industry, a lot of people might default to thinking about Doki Bird. And how do I say this? I think you're absolutely right in that there is a sort of a very strong set of precedents that have been set in this industry, where if you speak up about something going wrong, you have one of two options. One, you need to create your own gravity field like Doki Bird has, where now she's, large enough to have her own orbiters and to exist independently of any sort of corpo's influence, or too large to need to be beholden to any corpo.
Yeah, I think that if I may break in here, that Doki Bird is sometimes inaccurately in my opinion, held up as a counterfactual to what I've just said. People will go, well, no, you can speak out in the industry because look at Doki Bird. She did that and she went on to massive success and popularity. But people forget that Doki Bird almost barely said anything. She made one or two statements that pretty much entirely focused on her own side of the story, her own the physical consequences of her experience, pretty much. And then she shut up. And then she let Niji-sanji hang themselves.
Yep.
What did we say? Even people that hated Niji-sanji were like, please, dear God, shut up! Shut up!
That's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah, but corporations that are not Niji-sanji aren't that stupid.
Yeah. No, yeah, you make a really good point where, and I didn't raise this before when I talked about, creating your own field of gravity, but, yeah, a large part of the reason why Doki has had so many people unanimously agree with what she was saying and take her side was because Niji was stupid enough to fuck up as tremendously as they did. And you can't rely on any other corpo to slit their throats as willingly as Niji did, either.
Yeah, and it's a case of, do you really think that the people who were looking at that whole instant haven't learned from Niji-sanji's example?
Oh, yeah. That's the thing that really bothers me as well, which is that, again, understandably, it's a good thing for just creators, audiences in general, because now all of us have a textbook example of what a black company looks like. But now every other black company has become, well, they would be stupid not to mask themselves better as a result of Niji's fuck-ups.
Yeah, it's just like a case of like criminals versus police. It's an age-old problem. The more heavily armed the police come, the more heavily armed the criminals become to counter them. And so it's an arms race.
Yeah. Oh. And well, actually, Dark Viking in chat, they brought up, what was it? Shy Lily drops a thesis of a tweet on the industry every once in a while during a drama, and I can feel a crack in the current stand of the industry forming. The problem is, if you want change in the industry, generally the accepted way of doing that is to wait until something awful happens to someone big. And then...
Unfortunately, true.
And only then do we have an opening through which to push through other things. Again, I would say, like, I mean, part of the reason why my channel exists is because I looked into what happened with Sayu in light of what happened with Doki. I thought it was weird that, you know, if people were so willing to, you know, jump on, you know, well, I don't want to call it a bandwagon, and that's probably not the right word for it, but if so many people were willing to hop onto Doki's side, why did they not then make the connection? Why did so many people explicitly deny that there was any connection with Sayu? Because if you looked at the two cases side by side, it was like the same. But yeah, again, the only reason I looked at that was admittedly because it was sort of forced into the public eye by something happening on a larger scale to a larger creator. And, well, admittedly, Niji doing that to themselves. But what I wanted to ask is do you see an alternative to this method of forcing cracks into the industry, I suppose? Where, I mean, again, blacklists can only exist when there are few enough people that can be kept out as a result of them, or when they have a selection of criteria that is narrow enough to sustain. Once that list of criteria becomes too large, or once too many people are kept out by a particular set of criteria, then blacklists tend to lose their effectiveness. So I was wondering if you thought that there was any sort of possible way of, again, like I said, forcing cracks into the current state of the industry, either through overloading blacklists or anything else.
That's a complicated question to answer, honestly. I think that market forces are the most powerful overall, and I said it just last night on Twitter that I feel as if VTubing is entering a stage where there is a lot less opportunity for the old corporate mindset to continue functioning in the way that it has. We're seeing lots more smaller corporate...
Sorry, I think you might have cut out there.
Oh, sorry. Is it back now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Because I'm in streamer mode, so it didn't make a noise. But yeah, I was going to say, we're seeing that a lot more small corporations are going under now. That a lot of old ways of doing business just aren't giving reliable returns any longer. Like the old, just debut new waves until you strike gold. It doesn't work. And so I think that the industry is going to have to adapt in some way. It's going to have to be more open and more willing to yield to public pressure overall, but it's going to be a slow process, and I think that the best way to try and help would be to start with things like conventions and so forth, and I think also being a decent advocate for the people that you love, basically. I think that people need to. I look at Offkai, for example, and also various other. I think Face Connect, Offkai, and Kirsha are very good examples to use here. In that we know. I think it was Yumacon actually that
Yumacon tried to exclude Pippa from the lineup.
Yeah, and they got pushed back on that, and they eventually caved on it. And I think that we need to remember that it is that all of these kind of organizations can only sustain themselves with our investment, and that includes things like it's not just monetary support, it's not just public perception, it's also things like literally just volunteering. Basically, if you want to help change the convention that you're part of, volunteer and see what it's like on the inside. At the very least, you'll get some insight. Like, get to know who's in charge of things, what they're like, and move on from there, pretty much.
Yeah, and to build on what you just said, to add on to what you just said, I do feel like one of the most insidious parts of this industry is that you have the wrong mix of transparency and opaqueness, where all of the transparency that is being marketed as such comes from places and processes that don't actually matter in terms of how things are run. For example, a lot of, well, I think Idle EN is a great example to use for this. But back when they were not owned by Brave Group, Idle EN was, I would say, in retrospect, quite infamous for using transparency as a supposed selling point. Except the things that it shared with the public were all things that didn't actually have anything to do with the way that the way that the agency really functioned. Like, yeah, sure, knowing that a talent gets a higher percentage cut, whatever, yeah, that's fine. But that doesn't actually tell me that, for example, their cash flow is good, or that they have reliable suppliers and people to deliver their merch to their buyers, or that their managers are, upper management is connected or invested in what the talents are doing. Which, in hindsight, it's pretty obvious that among Idle EN in their previous iteration, upper management seemed to be, to put it lightly, a little divorced from what their talents were going through and doing.
Definitely, put it lightly. And yeah, that's actually a pretty good point, is that I think that another thing that people need to keep in mind as a positive aspect is that a vast amount of this industry is a cottage industry, or it's a grassroots industry. There are very few extremely high-level professional executives in the VTubing industry as a whole that are sitting behind a desk and saying, yes, we will exclude that person, or, yes, this genre is no longer acceptable for the industry to pursue, so therefore it shall no longer be. That's not how things work. You have an informed consumer is a very powerful consumer in the VTuber industry, which is why so much effort goes into making sure the consumers are not informed.
Yep.
You have the chance. Sorry, just kidding. You have the chance to make a change as an individual, and you don't really need to have very much money. You don't really need to have very much influence. You genuinely can get away by being the right person at the right time with the right motives. I can't necessarily say where those places are. Just that's very much the impression that I've gotten. So you don't give up hope. Don't think that you can't change things because there's some high-level group that will absolutely exclude you and prevent you from doing it. Like that is not the case.
I was going to say, again, sort of an. I don't know if disclaimer is the right word, but I can understand because part of becoming a more aware, more conscious consumer, and again, I say this fully aware of the fact that one of the things that I've been advocating for throughout the rest of my content is being an active consumer rather than a passive one. It does involve some degree of being willing to break your own immersion in your favorite
Yes.
creators.
I think that you've kind of hit the nail on the head, and I think you've hit the sticking point. And I think that's a great illustration of the two sides of the coin here, is that on one side, you have a consumer base that very, very, very much wants to huff the copium.
Yeah.
Who wants to believe and they're not wrong for wanting to. I want to believe it too. I have become a more cynical and depressed individual by knowing the things that I know. Don't get me wrong. I am not happy with the awareness that I have, but I think that if you want to change anything, you have to be willing to be. I don't want to use this terminology, but just kind of red pill yourself a little bit on how things are. You have to be more objective, and you have to be more willing to perceive how things really are instead of how you want them to be.
Yeah, and one thing I was also going to say, because in line with what you were talking about when it comes to people huffing copium, something that I see quite often in VTubing, which I've only really seen in politics outside of this space, is people's propensity to root for groups instead of individuals. Like corpos. People will often say, I'm a hollow chad, well, nowadays we call them Niji cucks or Niji sisters, or I'm a FaZe fan. And I understand wanting...
It's virtual football teams all over again.
Yeah, exactly. I understand wanting to be fans of a corpo, because one, you get the benefit of, like, you know, the team sport buff. But on the other hand, you also get a safer investment than being invested in just one individual person. But at the same time, I really do feel like if you want to improve the state of the industry, you don't really have much choice but to support individual talents over the corpos that they belong to. I am, admittedly, a FaZe fan, but I am only conditionally a FaZe fan. I am only a fan of FaZe Connect, the agency, so long as the talents that I am actually a fan of are seen to be treated well by that agency. If, God forbid, if tomorrow FaZe Connect were to collapse because of some sort of horrid internal revelation, I would still be fans of the talents that I followed before that happened. And I use FaZe Connect as an example because so far, I think it's safe to say that FaZe is a pretty clean record when it comes to the way that they treat their talents. But I do think that, again, like I said before, if you want the industry to improve in terms of the way that it treats the talents, and by extension, the way that it treats its audience in terms of providing not only good content, but sustainable good content, there does need to be that kind of distinction between rooting for a corpo and rooting for the talents in that corpo. So,
I'd agree, and I would actually take that a bit further, and I think it goes back quite well to your objectification commentary as well, is that people objectify not just individual talents, but they objectify corporations as well, and they create an idol inside their own heads that they then want to pour their affections and, in some extreme cases, literal worship into.
Sorry.
Go on.
I was going to say, one of the most powerful parts of the branding of successful corpos is their ability to personify themselves because they have relatable management. Again, FaZe is not going to be FaZe if you didn't have Fishman.
I agree, yeah.
Same thing as HoloLive wouldn't be nearly as appealing if Yagoo wasn't, again, the archetypical lovable CEO. Similar thing, although to a lesser extent, I would argue, with Gunrun from VShojo as well. But yeah, in all three of these cases, VShojo, Face Connect, HoloLive, the reason why it's so easy to become fans of the corpos, not just the talents in the corpo, I would say, is because of the fact that their CEOs have such relatable, and again, this is going to sound very cynical, but relatable branding. They are people who are embodiments of the corporate, the management side of those corpos, which would otherwise be inhuman, shadowy, a lot easier to regard with skepticism. But because they are now people, it's a lot. Again, it works as a, and it. I keep adding the stipulation that this is cynical, this is pessimistic, but it is true that they do act as a sort of deterrent for at least to some degree, for criticism. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I think that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I think that maturity. I think a lot of the problem with VTuber fan bases overall is that VTuber fans very much kind of want to dwell in an idealistic, childish mindset. And I don't mean childish in a derogatory way. We want to recapture a level of innocence, especially since VTuber audiences are often surprisingly old. A lot of older people tend to watch VTubers, and a lot of them do so because it's a way for them to recapture that sense of escapism they enjoyed as a teenager or like a young adult, which I understand. It's why I watch them to a degree. I'm not immune to that either. But I do think that maturity in this industry can best be described as being able to face up to and conceptualize all the manipulative tactics that are employed by the industry, but then afterwards to go, I know these things are happening, but I'm not going to let them taint my affection for the medium. I'm not going to become a cynic, and I'm not going to let that destroy me. Because it really can.
Even in the way that you just described it, it is, at least in my opinion, it is quite a lot to ask of people, because a universal constant in terms of the way that people consume entertainment is that the more, well, I suppose, to put it crudely, the more shit their lives are, the less they tend to care about the entertainment that they get. They just want something to escape to. And
yes, most definitely. I mean, there's a reason why, if you look into the backgrounds of like people who are completely and totally obsessed with defending people like Fruit, and like do things like go on random forums and start talking about how Fruit is their wife and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, their backgrounds are pretty similar in the level of stuff they're running away from.
Yeah. Although, actually,
also, give me just a minute or so, by the way, because I'm just going to put my dog back in the house and close my door again, because there's a very noisy machinery going on outside. It'll be a second.
That's fine. But yeah, while Proctor's gone, I was just going to say that when we talk about the industry being incestuous, when we talk about it being a little entrenched in its ways, and the difficulty that comes along with trying to, I suppose, impose better standards onto the industry for both the creators and the audiences that inhabit it. It's not just the way, the more banal ways that it operates or that it manages itself that are affected by this. It's also the things like the kind of content that you're allowed, or sorry, I should say, the kind of content that would be accepted in this space or in this industry as well. There was a message in chat that flew past earlier from Twin Sam, where he said, would love a deeper talk on the idea of entering a space with the intent to try and do something new with it or try something new with it, and the inevitable reaction of people perceiving it as an attempt to try and change the space, in quotation marks. And I do think that there is a lot of truth in the idea that if you try to enter a space and try something new right off the bat, you will automatically get pushback. And to some degree, that I do think that pushback is justified, because like I talked about in the gatekeeping stream that I did, I think about a month or two ago at this point. If you are going into a space with the intention of changing something, you do need to make sure and ask yourself if this really is a space that you want to be in to begin with. However, again, I'll wait for Proctor to come back before diving deeper into this particular point. But there are moments where I look at the VTubing industry and I do think that there definitely are moments where I feel like it needs a bit of an outside perspective in order to fix some of the problems that are inherent in it. Actually, while Proctor's still gone, I'll just catch up on some super chats. The Heretic, thank you for the 5. And all the CEOs are likable for different reasons. Gunron's the tech bro friend, Sakana is the family business boss, and Yagu the benevolent uncle father figure. Actually, if you look at all three of these CEOs, something that you start to see as a pattern is that all of them share some sort of and again, people, should this ever reach the ears of FaZe Connect's talents, they would probably recoil at the suggestion. But all three of these CEOs share some sort of father figure-esque quality when you look at the way that they interact with their talents. Yagu is often, and I would say rightfully, praised for being someone who really does seem to be personally invested in all of his talents. He genuinely has an interest in watching them grow, making sure each individual talent has their moment to shine, and, essentially becomes, is able to bloom into their full potential. With Gunrun, you have plenty of anecdotes from talents, especially talents that were acquired from other corpos, that
I have returned, by the way.
Oh, hi. I was just talking through aspects of how the father figure-esque aspect of a lot of the CEOs' branding tends to work in their favor. But yeah, with Gunrun, from a lot of the anecdotes we've gotten from talents like Michi Mochi, Matara, etc., all of them paint him as again a really this cool guy who is willing to help out with their individual projects, despite the fact that he is a CEO that has a lot of things on his plate. And same thing goes
wasn't
for...
it Matara Khan who, on one of her first streams as a Niji-san, as a V Shoujo talent, where she said, it's such a strange thing to be able to talk to a manager and have them respond immediately instead of waiting days on end.
I've said this before to I think Nasagi, but it is genuinely mind-boggling the astronomical PR boost that VShojo has gotten simply because their competition was so much worse.
We know. It's
honestly like watching a woman rejoice that her new boyfriend didn't beat her like her ex.
Yeah, he's so much better than my last boyfriend. He only hits me in the face.
Oh. Yeah, no, genuinely, those were the vibes that I got when the acquisitions first started coming in. And this even applies to people who didn't come from Niji. Even with Henya, a huge reason why her acquisition by VShojo was seen as such a universally great thing is because this was yet another example of VShojo acting as a safe harbor to someone who had been unfairly battered by the internet, or at least an insane portion of the internet. But yeah, again, that really adds on to the whole father figure-esque aspect to Gunrun. And when you look at Sakana, he's just, the typical, he's your goofy boss who used to play League of Legends and, is easily gaslighted by his talents, at least according to the interviews that he and Lumi have done with Filion. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's a wonderful guy, just don't criticize his spaghetti.
It is really funny.
I still can't get over that interview that he did where he's talking in such a neutral and casual tone about really serious topics, and yet the moment his spaghetti recipe is brought up, you can actually tell the note. You can hear the note of pain and upset and emotional hurt that creeps into his voice when it's brought up.
Yeah. Oh, bless. Sakana is honestly, he's of the 3 CEOs, I genuinely do feel like Sakana has given the most, he's the most content prolific of the 3. Or he's just so memeable.
Oh yeah, yes. Yes.
But yeah, again, all 3 of them are their branding is inseparable from their their father figure-esque image. And again, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. However, in a similar vein to what Proctor was saying before about acknowledging how creators shouldn't be put on a pedestal just because they're successful, it's the same thing with CEOs, where just because they are, just because they have been, at least in the eyes of the public, good CEOs, it doesn't mean that they're perfect people. It doesn't mean they should be put on a pedestal either.
No, I mean, I also think that, again, that a lot of people give Sakana a tremendous amount of leeway, I think, and I'm not trying to highlight him directly, but he's the one that I've seen this get the most, or get it the most, is that, at his core, he's still a businessman. He used to be in high technology, and he's got a business education. He will have been taught, just like every other CEO out there who is professionally qualified, that all about aggressive negotiation, all about, well, basically, to be blunt, the manipulative tactics that being a businessman requires you to be. And I have friends who have been businessmen, and they've all said it's an extremely, very often most of them are not businessmen anymore, because they say, I just couldn't handle that level of pressure, and I couldn't deal with that level of my conscience wouldn't let me keep on doing the things that were perfectly normal and ordinary in business. And I think that it's a very dangerous thing for people to ascribe to meme CEOs a level of, a lack of ruthlessness that I think should be expected from people in those positions. I mean, it's literally a psychological fact that the average CEO scores very, very high on the sociopathy index, right up there with people who are like bone doctors and also serial killers.
Yeah, and I have no trouble believing that to be a CEO, you would need a certain degree of, essentially psychopathy. Although I do think that in Fishman's case, I think a lot of people would go with the rationale of, sure, he's probably ruthless, but he's not. It's all up to where he directs that, rather than whether he is or isn't that, I suppose. Where, yeah, as long as he's not directing that at the talents, then it's probably a forgivable trait.
Yeah, some beer bottles 123 says bone doctor. I meant bone surgeon. Basically, it's another pretty confirmed thing that doctors are very high on the on the index of sociopathic traits, and the more physical a kind of doctor they are, the more traits that they have. Because bone surgeons have the highest rates of sociopathic traits, because you need taking a saw and grinding it back and forth through somebody's hip it's not an action that an empathetic person is really very capable of doing. And that's why there's such a natural correlation between it. Yeah, exactly. Got to keep calm when there's gore.
Yeah, and actually, this is a bit of a tangent, but to add on to that point, it's not just that, you know, people with more psychopathic people with more psychopathic traits tend to do better in those kinds of high stress situations. But as someone who knows, you know, medical students who are currently going through it, the system that trains them beats that level of disconnect into the students in order for them to succeed.
Yeah, I think also Muffy Graves just said about business, it's very cutthroat and you cannot have empathy for others. That's why women never succeed in the same way men do. And I think that's probably ties into what you're saying as well. Is that the act of being trained in these ways? It's like my best friend has training as an economist and as a lawyer, and he has made a tremendous amount of money in those professions, which he has been fortunate enough to earn in ways that I think are very client-facing.
Compromise his morals.
Yeah, that don't compromise his morals, because he's a very moral person. But you know, he's said that he doesn't want to be in that profession any longer because he hates the fact that he's surrounded by so many people who are genuinely morally bankrupt, and an awful lot of them turn out to be drug addicts or alcoholics.
Oh, geez.
So it's a very toxic atmosphere to be in. I remember he told me a story about a year or two ago where he was at a business meeting with, like, I think it was very early, like 8:30 a.m. or something, with about 10 or 12 other people that he'd only previously met over like Zoom and other places, like online. And he said within 30 minutes of being there, 6 of them had gone to the bathroom to snort cocaine.
Okay. That is... that's some next level degeneracy. I mean, even... wasn't Kirsha previously an insurance claims assessor or something?
I think she was I forget exactly what she did. Like, she wasn't customer facing. I think she was the one that basically checked all the analytics and all the data to make sure that claims were actually valid, as opposed to somebody trying to pull a fast one, which I think is a good example of an engagement with that profession that you can still morally justify, because you're going to need those kind of people. You can't, when you're dealing with money, unfortunately, you can't be a bleeding heart all the time. You have to have a certain level of triage.
Yeah. But I can imagine that being a little soul-destroying if you... Well, I can see how someone's view of their job in that case would evolve.
Well, I'm pretty sure
time.
she said on... I may be exaggerating, but I think she said before on stream that towards the end she was throwing up 3 or 4 times every single day because of it.
Yeah, because at some point you start to see yourself as more someone whose job is to deny help rather than to vet requests for help. But it's honestly wild looking at some of the previous careers of some of the more successful VTubers.
It all comes back to the VR chat after parties.
Oh yeah, but before you left for a little bit, I was looking at the screenshot that you sent to me over Discord of Twin Sam in chat asking, stating that they would love for a deeper conversation about the idea of entering a space with the intent to do something new with it, and then the inevitable reaction of people perceiving it as trying to, quote, change the space. How do you reconcile VTubing's, I would say, understandably strict gatekeeping with the whole idea of introducing beneficial changes to the space?
Well, this is unfortunately going to necessarily have to touch on politics.
Okay. Yeah,
at least in the broader context that people will take away from this, in that one of the major problems that I have with, say, the woke and the specifically the anti-woke movement, is that when it comes down to it, their circles tend to be just as fragmented and backbiting as the kind of circles they're aligned against. That if you put... Well, I mean, I think we said to you in our private call, like, look at the difference between Gamergate 1.0 and Gamergate 2.0. Like, how many people from Gamergate 1.0, how many of them are still friends nowadays? How many of them still have good relationships? And how many of them are burnt out has-beens with just as much drama and controversy behind them as the kind of people they spent like their formative careers railing against? Yeah. As Mythicus just said in chat, both sides are rather self-eating, and that's absolutely the problem. And I advocate very much for... You need to have a good understanding of what you're trying to do and what the implications of your actions will have when you go into a space and try and change it. What I try and do is, with my forum, is to create a space that is based on the principles of free speech, but also a level of decency between people, where you can speak your mind, but other people can tell you you're an idiot for saying what you said. But I also try and make it so that it's not a space where people are inclined towards viciously destroying each other. And I've pushed back pretty hard on my community before when they've selected individuals where I feel as if they have targeted specific individuals while selectively, while ignoring other people who are doing the same things just because they happen to like them more. And that's a tightrope you're always going to have to walk in a community that enables free speech. You're always going to have to be... You're forced to make those decisions occasionally. And as that relates to VTubing, I think that when you try and make a change in the industry, you need to have a full grasp both of the kind of standards you want to see, but also you need to kind of mentally write down those standards, and then you need to become the worst person you possibly can think of, and then look at those standards and go to yourself, okay, how would I subvert these for my own gain? And if you can come up with a pretty plausible way of how you would do that, you need to change those standards and address those issues before you go forwards with them. Because that is the exact problem that all of the anti-woke movement has had that in media, is that they have created a whole bunch of weird standards for censorship, anti-censorship, and so on. And all that's happened is, they've weeded out quite a lot of the most blatant, obvious examples of woke content, but that doesn't mean there's plenty more that are subversive within their own ranks. And then it just goes down to a purity spiral, where people become paranoid, they become aggressive, and they start excluding each other based on their own... I mean, just look at the anti-lolly group on... This is a great example. This is a great example. I am not somebody who likes lolly content. I don't particularly like lolly VTubers. I personally feel that there's a pretty solid argument to be made that somebody enjoying lolly hentai probably has, at the very least, inclinations towards other more extreme kinds of content. I'm willing to die on that hill. That's something I sincerely believe.
Sure.
However, over the last year or two, I have found myself arguing and advocating for the existence of lolly creators and lolly content. Again, not hentai, but
just
the
lolly.
Existence of the lolicon character style.
Yeah.
Because I've consistently seen people who have been against lolicon have this insane purity spiral where they will point at somebody who is very obviously doing something pretty disgusting and degenerate, and they'll say this person is horrible. And then they'll go to somebody who's maybe still pretty unpleasant, still pretty nasty. Maybe they have a what's that like Pomf TV? Maybe they're a Pomf TV streamer or something. And they'll go, this person is nasty, we shouldn't accept them. And I'll be like, yeah, okay. I mean, they're off in their own space. I don't really care. And then they'll go to somebody who's on Twitch. And they'll go, this person is disgusting and horrible. And every time they'll go up a little bit in terms of, or down a little bit in terms of the level of content they're willing to condemn. But they'll still apply the same standards to everything. They'll go, oh, this person is exactly as guilty as the other person, and I think they should all be banned, I think they should all be destroyed, and they should all be condemned. And my attitude is, mate, do you not understand how this can be turned against you? Don't you understand that this principle can be used on things that you like as well? And the moment that even if you win, I know that you're the kind of person that if I could snap my fingers and I could magically turn every lolicon in the universe, into dust, Thanos gauntlet style, all that would happen is tomorrow you would have another pet peeve that you would go after just as hard. Yep. And you would continue doing that until everything was a beige cube and you would be no different from the most hardcore of SJWs.
I suppose it's more a matter of trying to weed out people who are genuinely trying to change something to make it better from the people who are simply trying to change something for a power trip, then.
Yes, power tripping and ego tripping is a massive problem and a massive issue.
I guess to answer the initial, well, it wasn't phrased as a question, but in response to the initial statement from Twin Sam about entering a space with the intention to change it, I think it's going to be a matter of, again, every fandom acts a bit like a living organism, right? Where if you try to enter it and if you try to twist stuff around, change up the way it works internally, there will be some sort of immune response. Gatekeeping is that immune response. It's the fandom working. That's a
good way to put it.
Yeah, it's the fandom working as it should, because there will always be people coming in simply to force their own vision of change onto the fandom for no reason other than because they said so. Or because they walked in with the idea that they could somehow make it better just by... If only it would just change to suit their personal tastes. We've seen this happen to too many different spaces in the past. This is why gatekeeping exists. This is why gatekeeping is objectively necessary. However, I suppose it's more of a case of asking if the change you are proposing can survive that initial scrutiny. If it can, well, guess it's a beneficial one. There will ultimately be something that actually, well, if you are able to win over people who are already entrenched in that space with the change that you are proposing, chances are it's a change that might actually end up benefiting the space. It's not just a power trip. It's not just a superficial thing that doesn't actually matter. However, if it doesn't, I think that's a pretty good indication that, well, if it doesn't resonate with anybody who's currently in the space, I think that's a pretty good indication that the change that you are proposing when you walk into that space, is not actually one that is, I suppose, for want of a better way of putting it, compatible with the spirit of the thing that you are trying to participate in. Because
yes,
I do think...
I think that...
Sorry.
Yeah, it's improving something. I think you hit upon a very good point there, is that when somebody comes up with a proposal to improve something, a very good lens to look at it would be, does this preserve the spirit of the original thing, or does it replace it with something else? It's kind of a reverse Ship of Theseus thing.
Yes.
Is that, does the essence of the thing preserve through the change? It's I think a good example. I think a good example of this is the whole censorship nonsense about like the outfits of certain characters in video games.
Yes.
Is that that's another great example of the kind of turning yourself into the worst version you can imagine and then attacking your own idea to test it out. Is that we see that happening in the censorship industry as well, the gaming censorship industry. is that you have so many people saying it's just a new outfit, guys. Just look at it like a new outfit. Look, I think there was some like video game recently. I don't know what the video game was, but maybe it was Dragon Quest, maybe something like that. Recently, where like the people compared a female character side by side over each iteration of the game, and said, "Look, this costume has gotten more censored every single iteration." And then people were like, "Oh no, don't you understand? This represents her growth as a character. You people are really big on mature and sophisticated female characters, aren't you? Why are you now complaining that this woman who is demonstrating its visual representation of her character development that she's gone through over all the iterations? You people are complete hypocrites, aren't you?" It's that kind of silliness you have to be prepared to deal with, unfortunately. And let me be blunt, it's exhausting. It's really tiresome. And I'm saying that it's easy to change VTubing from the perspective of there are small, tangible things that I feel people could do to improve the industry in very big ways. At the same time, the social inertia against those changes is very, very big.
Yep. And at the end of the day, I do think that's the main problem that the industry faces as a whole, is the changes that would actually benefit it are, as you said just then, small in nature. We're not looking to change anything fundamental to VTubing. It's just, well, exactly as Proctor said. The industry is very entrenched in the way that it's been operating for the last 4 or 5 years. And that doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. So, even if you did come in with something revolutionary in mind, you probably wouldn't get very far in trying to implement it. And it probably wouldn't be a great idea anyways, because, well, I
think also
yeah,
a good way to tell if somebody has a chance to make good change versus bad change is to simply see what people are saying about them. I think that there are people out there who are doing their best to live by their principles and are doing their best to be honest and upfront and reasonable and to encourage change by their actions and to set an example. And I think those people are succeeding because most of the criticism out there about them can very easily be seen as basically lies framed in ways that seem reasonable. It's that people don't attack. People don't attack the substance of their arguments. They just say that, oh, that person is a liar, or that person's wrong, or they just blatantly misrepresent the truth in order to appeal to their own side, as opposed to try and convert anybody who might actually listen to that person.
a bit like hyperventilating into a paper bag.
Yes, basically. You know, it's just like I don't want to say I don't really want to bring politics into this again, but it's a pretty good example. Look at the difference between, say, propaganda in the West versus propaganda in places like China and places like Russia. In the West, it's all about, you know, appealing to all of these ideas and concepts and nonsense and silliness and so on. Whereas in China and Russia, their propaganda broadcasts are just Western media broadcasts. With very little editing and very little manipulation, and isn't there that there's that it annoys me because I'm terrible with names, but that I think it's a Chinese or Japanese person who is talking about like the SJW mindset of how exhausting and tiresome it is to think like that all the time and how silly they find it. I can picture this interview in my head, but I just can't remember exactly who it was.
Was this a street interview?
No, it was like a professional interview kind of thing. Maybe someone in chat knows what I'm talking about. It's very irritating. I do hate it when I can think exactly what it is, but I can't remember the exact context. But yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's just if you don't need to say anything more about your opponent, then if the best condemnation of the opposition is the opposition's own words, then I think you're doing something pretty well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think I know the interview that you're talking about. Oh, is
People
this...
are saying
wait,
the
is
interview that got scrubbed.
Is this the one about Dragon Quest creators talking about body type A, body type B being absurd?
I think so, yes.
Dealing with such a ridiculous country is so hard. Is that the quote that you're thinking about?
I think so, yes.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, that was the Dragon Quest interview with the creators that got scrubbed by what was it? Oh, now I'm forgetting the name of the. It's not Konami, was it?
It might have been Konami, because I'm pretty sure Konami does own Dragon Quest.
Oh, okay, yeah, then it might have been Konami, yeah.
But again, I could be completely wrong, because, yeah, I haven't thought about Konami in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that particular case, they also had a leg up because it was quite obvious that, you know, these...
Square Enix chat is saying, like, multiple people
Square
are saying Square
Enix.
So.
Yeah, okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah, it was Square Enix that just scrubbed it and then immediately went out with some sort of, like, pride announcement.
I know, yeah.
Which was admittedly not a great look. But, yeah, no, I do think that in that particular case, the creators expressing their frustration were also given, I suppose, a home field advantage, because pretty much everyone would look at that situation and go, okay, yeah, this is very obviously a case of essentially colonialism, right? Ideological colonialism, where you had Western companies going in and forcing their perverse purity, their perversions of purity onto these creators in the hopes that, well, this was the morally right thing to do for their consumers or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And, well, I'm sure that there are people who come into VTubing with that exact same mindset of, oh, if I don't know, if something along the lines of, if only, like with following the example you just gave, right? If only we could get rid of all lolly and shota VTubers, then the whole industry would be better as a result, or something along those lines. But yeah, I don't think that's something that the communities that occupy this space would ever allow to happen.
No, and I hope not. And that's the advantage. It's ironic that when you say there's no such thing as the VTuber community, I think that in a way, the VTuber community is kind of like the Fediverse, where there is no. There are groups. For example, there's definitely an established clique at the top, or like at the heart of things like conventions and so on, that are, you know, a pretty major force in things. But at the same time, nobody can stop somebody becoming a VTuber, and nobody has the power to define what a VTuber is. And as that has been one of the greatest things about VTubing as a whole, is that although VTubing has been, I would say, become a bit normie infested, because you know, we've got things like all the pride stuff, etc., and so on. All of that nonsense backported into VTubing as normies have become aware of it. At the same time, those people can mostly just exist in their own bubble of hysterically screaming, seething V-tweeters, but none of them have the power to say, oh, you can't buy from Booth, you can't download this model and use it, you can't turn on your webcam and start streaming.
Yeah.
And if it ever gets to that point, I would say that it's time to riot in the streets, but... But that's the advantage that we have. We don't need to play their games. We don't need to fight them on a level playing field. The worst thing we can possibly be is successful. And again, some people are successful while plowing their own furrow, and they should continue to be so.
One of the best things about this space, to build on to what you just said, in a similar vein to what you just said, is that if you really wanted to stop people from doing something, it almost always requires you to actually make something worth adopting first. With the example you just gave about, like, for example, not buying stuff off of Booth, One of the examples I can think of is how you very frequently get tourists coming in with their, on their high horse trying to say that a certain model design or a certain model trope is deeply pathological and improper and should be done away with, but nobody listens to them. And yet every single time an artist, like for example Kevin, comes up with some new thing that offends people, people don't care because he's made something that people would actually want to use, and so everyone who's just seething in the background doesn't really have a say because they haven't made something that is equally useful to as many people or equally appealing to as many people. And I do think that's a natural form of gatekeeping that I do like as a part of this industry.
I think there is. There is a certain level of natural gatekeeping that is very effective. And it also ties back a little bit to what we were saying earlier, our tangent about YouTube Kids, is that's what you really have to look out for. And I think that's really the only way that gatekeeping can really have a positive impact, is looking out for the maybe quite subtle, maybe quite blatant attempts to change the average consumer rather than the average VTuber.
Yeah.
Because again, nobody can really stop people from streaming, but they might be able to change enough of the public's perception about what kind of VTubers they want to watch to change the industry the way that they want to.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm curious, in your opinion, according to the things that you've observed in this space for the time that you've been here, what are some of the, well, I suppose, have you observed any of those attempts at shifting the way that VTuber audiences think or act, being espoused by people trying to enter this space?
I think I'm going to say something that a lot of people might disagree with, but
Sure.
I kind of feel as if people like Iron Mouse are trying to do that in a way, because something that Iron Mouse has done recently, which I genuinely don't agree with at all, is that she's had her live streamer to VTuber Academy thing, where she has been trying to make regular live streamers into VTubers and encouraging regular live streamers to become VTubers. And I think that is a noble goal if you divorce all the rather terrible implications from it. Because pretty much every negative, especially on Twitch, look at the new Twitch TOS stuff at the moment. Pretty much all of that focuses on favoring a certain kind of content creator versus against VTubers. VTubers discriminated against flesh tubers, privileged, basically. They can get away with far more than we can. And I don't want to see the kind of people whose moral compasses tell them that it's perfectly acceptable to try and squeeze as close to the edge of the line as possible for an extra 10 CCV. I don't want those kind of people to become VTubers. I don't want them to access this space and bring their audiences with them. And because that could actually change the average perception of VTubing, and I don't want that. I think that would be a bad thing to happen.
Yeah. So, am I correct in? So let me know if I've understood what you said correctly. But so is your main concern from events like what Iron Mouse just did? Is your main concern that people is at risk of introducing people into this industry who don't really care for the medium beyond just using it as a superficial tool?
Yes, I agree. I think that we should concentrate on helping VTubers who have an obvious respect for the medium, as opposed to just treating the medium as something anyone can get into, because I don't believe that.
Okay. Slight pushback against that. I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, absolutely. But I do feel like as much as I do agree with the spirit of what you're saying, I'm not sure if it's possible to enforce that, purely because of how low the barrier to entry is. I've said this multiple times before, but all you need is a few $100 or a few $1,000, and hey presto, you have a VTuber model. I mean, even earlier on this year, when I was talking about the whole the whole Tigerholic situation, where we looked at Hex Juice bumble onto the scene with her attempt at an expose video on Tiger, she is technically a VTuber, and yet when she was talking about pissing off the people in what she called the quote VTuber community, she referred to VTubers as if she wasn't one herself. She very obviously didn't seem to see herself as, you know, as a VTuber, despite using a VTuber model. So I understand the desire to want to make sure that everyone who joins this industry has the same level of respect for the medium. And I also agree with the idea that not everyone can, quote, become a VTuber. But I also don't think that it's possible to stop someone from becoming a VTuber if all they want is just another tool that they can use to make content.
Yeah, I'd overall agree, and I do sincerely apologize if any of the noise from what's going on around me is bleeding into the microphone. I have no idea what's going on in the house next over, but it sounds like they're cutting pipes or something, because it's just very, very annoying.
That's okay.
But I think my issue is not so much, as you say, anybody can become a VTuber, but it's up to the market to decide whether they become popular. You can start VTubing, but unless you're in some way respectful to the medium of VTubers, then you're not going to get many places. Like, my only worry with things like Iron Mouse's equipment, sorry, I read something in chat just a second, that distracted me.
Yeah.
The only problem that I have with Iron Mouse's VTuber Academy idea is that she is, as a very, very prominent and powerful and influential content creator, is essentially extending a branch or extending a ladder down to regular streamers and saying, come climb up to around my level with my endorsement. So, and almost certainly bring your audiences with you, which basically skips a whole load of levels in that pyramid of acceptance that would otherwise act as a very effective gatekeeping mechanism against the kind of manipulative and exploitative people I would rather not see become VTubers.
Yeah, and I do think, well, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but fundamentally that all extends from the problem of encouraging people to view VTubing as a tool and nothing else.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay. So yeah, on that, I think we are very much agreed that I understand when people do view what iMouse is doing with apprehension for that reason, because I do think that when she does events like this, well-intentioned as they may be, there is this sort of inherent message being sent out to both audiences outside of VTubing and audiences within VTubing that fundamentally VTubing is just a tool that can be adopted by anybody. And, well, I mean, if you divorce the tool from the culture that created it, you kind of lose the culture. And I understand definitely if you're apprehensive about losing that, to be completely honest.
People are talking about an Asmongold VTuber debut in my chat, in your chat rather. And I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind that. Actually, I would mind because Kirsha likes him, and if he became a VTuber, I would have to kill him.
I honestly think Asmongold would do great as a VTuber because he has a degree of, I think he has a degree of self-awareness and humility that would make it so that he is very aware that he is out of place throughout the entire duration that he's in his VTuber, like in a VTuber model. So there's a bit of fish out of water comedy that you would get from Asmongold the VTuber that you might not
I
get. I
definitely agree.
Yeah, that you might not get
Yeah.
with like other creators.
Yeah, also, I wanted to pay attention to Twin Sam's comment up here, which I screenshotted so it wouldn't vanish, where
Yeah.
they said, would it be a reasonable summary then to say that in order to make lasting changes, you need to be respectful of what is already there, test your idea with authenticity, and never try to force anyone to engage with it in any other way than what is the already established norm, and that good ideas will grow organically as people are exposed to them while bad ideas fall to the wayside. And I would say that, yeah, that's a fairly solid summary of what I was trying to get across. I do apologize because, as you can tell, I am a very wordy person when I try and explain these concepts.
That's perfectly fine. And yeah, 100%. Actually, as a small addendum to that, this might be a little bit of a weird way of phrasing it, but part of getting people to accept change requires some degree of submission from the people who are currently occupying that space. And again, submission has to be a choice. Otherwise, it's not real submission, in my opinion. And again, this is like one of those pet peeves I have where, as I say the words, I'm very aware that the words themselves are loaded in a way where people will recoil instinctively at the suggestion of, submitting to someone who's just come in from the outside with a new idea. That's not a good thing. One of the things that I hate about this sort of oppressor discourse that has taken over pretty much every facet of discussion in modern Western society is that concepts like submission are now viewed as inherently a bad thing. Whereas, in fact, if you are submitting to better judgment or something that will ultimately aid or benefit you, I do feel like that's ultimately a good thing that people will reject purely because of how loaded the word has become. And yeah, sorry.
No, go on.
I was going to say that in order to get people to accept your ideas, there does need to, in my opinion and experience, before you accept something, there does need to be at least a tiny degree of submission beforehand, where you have to not only, you don't go straight from, believing what you believe to accepting someone else's ideas. You have to first submit to them in the sense that you acknowledge that they have a perspective or an insight that you don't yet have access to. And only after that point do you open yourself up to the possibility of accepting something new. And this is the thing
I'd say
where...
that's...
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. You want to finish your thought first?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that, like, acceptance and submission... people in chat are saying, like, accepting is more palatable, for example, which implies that they are, like, the same word, but just one is more, like, has better connotations than the other. Whereas, in fact, I don't think that they're exactly the same. And it's a process where you need both in order to ultimately get to, you need one in order to get to the other. But yeah. Sorry, go on.
I'd overall agree with you, and it kind of brings up a massive pet peeve that I have, that I think current year nonsense has made the idea of assimilation something that people automatically reject, which I think is very sad, because especially in VTubing, not VTubing, but look at anime, for example. Look at some of the most famous anime of all time. For example, Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is absolutely packed full of Western influences. Was Hideaki Anno wrong to steal from Western culture, to make his to piggyback off it, and makes himself famous through appropriating Christian scripture and all this and Catholic imagery and all these kinds of things? Like, if you take something like that and you run it through the modern cultural lens, you can cast a lot of aspersions there, which I think is really sad. Like, the best the best things that have ever been created in an artistic medium come from the fusion of existing concepts, and quite frankly, sometimes from things being copied and reproduced in a better form. Like a lot of Shakespeare's work is basically older plays that he adapted in a better way. And we need to acknowledge that, and to strip away the stupid caked on nonsense of, oh, it's because this person did it, he's not allowed to, which both sides engage in frequently, and it very much grinds my gears.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that as well. Nothing has been worse for the creation of art than that, I suppose, that formula when it comes to interrogating art that has come before.
Yes. My attitude is I don't care what the work is about so long as it's good. If it appeals to me, I'll enjoy it. Even if it's not something that I would normally appreciate. I mean, hell, I used to hate anime. I used to have the stereotypical attitude, oh, anime is for stupid people and, you know, children and whatever. And guess what the anime was that I first watched? It was Madoka Magica. That was my first anime. And like, it wasn't like a shonen, it wasn't anything that was manly or anything like that. It was a magical girl anime, and that was what put me on the path of what I am today.
Damn,
but it appealed to me because it was well written, and I was like, holy shit, this is a good story that is well told and got me emotionally invested.
Actually, on a weirdly topical example of what you just said about, you know, art being good if it resonates with you personally, it made me think of Pippa's recent reaction to Joker 2.
And then blood began to flow in the streets.
I mean, I can't leave that. Okay, so I understand that, like, you know, people are going to make fun of her for that, and as long as the jokes are all in good fun, that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But there are people who are legitimately angry with her, who are saying that, you know, she's had the wrong assessment of the art. And while I do feel like, objectively speaking, Joker is an awful movie. Joker 2, I should say, is an awful movie because of how much it fails to live up to the first one, and I would even class, well, actually, depending on whether you evaluate. Actually, sorry. Let me arrange the thoughts in my head because they're stumbling over one another. When I looked at the way that Pippa reacted to Joker 2, I realized that when it comes to the way that people approach art, there seems to be two directions in which they can diverge in their interpretation. On one side, you have people who view art as an act of communication. This tends to be the group of people who who believes that art can be evaluated objectively by the metric of how well does it convey the creator's intentions and stuff like that. And on the other side, you have art is a Rorschach test, where it essentially says more about the person looking at it than it does the creator, and even to the point where the creator's intentions can be entirely divorced from the art itself. And this isn't a binary, but a spectrum. And I do think that with Pippa's interpretation of art, or specifically when it comes to Joker 2, I do think she goes more towards the second side, where it's, you know, she interprets it more like a Rorschach test, where she's extracted messages from it that the author may or may not have intended to send, and that has been like deeply resonant for her. But there are other people, and I would say that I'm more towards the other side, where I view Joker 2 as an act of communication that failed miserably because it was essentially just, well, the director's baby rage, but at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars.
I mean, it's basically just the movie version of Last of Us 2.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, no, I mean, I do think that both interpretations are like equally valid, although admittedly only one of them is good for actually reviewing or evaluating, in my opinion. But yeah, no, it's just that it's not really, I suppose, a direct reply to what you were saying before, but it was just something that dredged up from my mind where I'm curious as to where you think you land on that spectrum.
Well, I'm an artist myself, and it's interesting because my mother is an artist as well. But the funny thing is, both of our styles are incredibly distinct. I like her art, but I could never make her art. My mother is a very abstract artist, whereas I am a very directed artist. I like to try and take something, and then I want to represent that thing as best as possible. I mean, I've done the favorite parts of the 3 years that I had in art college was like the very long studies of an object, where you took an object and you drew it in as much detail as physically possible, so that it looked as close to a photograph as possible, just with a bit more like stylizing in ink or drawing, etc. That's what I really enjoyed, whereas she would never do anything like that. And so again, I'm trying to put my words as simply as possible. I think that all art has validity, but at the same time, art has a willing suspension of disbelief. It's like movies. You know that everybody is acting, you know that the car isn't really exploding, you know that Superman isn't real, etc. and so on. But you're able to put yourself into the moment because you trust that the people who created the movie did so for you to believe it, and then at the end of the day, get up and walk away and live a normal life. And I'm willing to do that on pretty much all kinds of art. However, I feel that art loses its value as art the moment an artist deliberately sets out to break that perception and break that trust with the audience. To kind of go, haha, I fooled you, audience! I don't like that. I think that's disingenuous. I think that's where it ceases to become art and becomes a statement.
So in an abstract kind of way, you would judge. How do I say this?
Well, to go with, like, I brought up The Last of Us 2. That's a great example of something that I don't consider art. And again, just because I don't consider something to be art does not even mean that I think that it's bad. Like, I think that you could enjoy Last of Us 2 as on a gameplay level, or maybe even a story level. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm never going to condemn anyone for doing that. But I remove from it the artistic merit because I know that The Last of Us 2 was created with the idea of attacking the audience it was intended for, or it was originally intended for. To say, as a lot of people are saying, you're subverting our expectations. No, it ceases to become art and it becomes a political statement.
I see. Okay. So would it be accurate to say that, in your opinion, art would have to be something that waits for the audience to engage with it, whereas a message is something that actively reaches out with the intention of grabbing its audience by the eyeballs?
I do agree. It's a bit like one of the major movements in art was the anti-war movement after the Great War, because there's the joke that you couldn't throw a brick in the trenches without hitting a famous poet or artist, but I consider the anti-war art that was produced during the interwar years to be extremely profound and extremely moving, because it sought to convey the emotion of being locked in that the war to end all wars, that apocalyptic situation. And even though it had a very strong message, it still trusted its audience to engage with it on an even footing, and then take away the idea that it was trying to convey. Whereas it's like, what's that meme? Whereas comparing that, I think The Last of Us 2, it was a meme that was created. I'm not sure if it was for The Last of Us 2. It might have also been for Cuties as well, and I apologize for bringing up that massive garbage fire. Where it's like, it's an image of like a dog and a baseball bat, and is like the caption is, "This famous director is going to beat this puppy to death to teach you that beating puppies to death is bad, McKay."
Right. Sorry, you might have cut out there.
Yeah. What did you last hear?
I'm going to beat this puppy to death to teach you that beating puppies to death is bad.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing, when it gets to that point where you know that the artist is basically doing everything, even in some cases, physically trying to drag you to the thing, to scream in your face that this is how you should be, how you should take things, and refuses to let you take away anything but exactly what they want you to. It's no longer art, it's a statement.
Okay. No, yeah, I would be inclined to agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, art must... Yeah, Sumo Knight says it. Art must have room to be interpreted, and the artist must be okay with the idea of that interpretation taking place in a way they wouldn't like. It's a bit like the difference between... I think a good comparison would be the difference between the anti-war art that emerged from the interwar period and also... and anti-war demonstrations. Because you can say that one is art, but the other is a message. Because the demonstrations are not trying to evoke a sensation. They're trying to push something. They're there to push a message on you. You can agree with that message, that's fine. But it has a directed energy. It wants you to change based on what it thinks you should change to be. Whereas art is, I want you to consider this. And as long as that word like consider is in play, it's still art. Yeah, I like also a lot what Mimoy Falcon said. Art must have room to make everybody uncomfortable, the artist included.
Actually, yeah. No, that's a pretty great way of saying it.
I also like Pavlo John, who says the head of MGM Studios had a great quote about this. If you want to send a message, use Western Union.
So art must necessitate the death of the author.
To a fairly high degree.
Yeah, no, I don't think complete disregard of the author's intention is good for interpreting art. Well, although that does stem from the fact that I view art as communication, not as a Rorschach test.
Yes, but communication is two ways.
Yeah.
And that, again, as you say, is that you shouldn't have... I do like death of the author as a concept, but at the same time, I think that there's a difference between death of the author and grabbing a knife and shanking the author in a back alley.
Yeah. The second is a little too convenient of an excuse in order to take over someone else's hard work.
Exactly. I mean, just look at the Rings of Power for that example.
Oh, has there been a single Amazon show that's come out that hasn't been a bastardization of an age-old franchise? Oh. There were two last bits of this is far veered from where we were tangenting to, but there were two last bits of advice that we had for any VTubers that might still be watching this VOD or stream. But first, well, this is something that I've talked about in one of my previous streams, and that is, and this is going to sound cheesy and corny, and again, if you disregard this, it's totally within your right and completely understandable, but if you have aspirations as a VTuber, as a creator, if you have ambitions that you wish to fulfill, one of the things that I would always advise you to do is to be honest with yourself about your ambitions and act with your future self in mind. the only person you should never lie to is yourself, in my honest opinion. And what I see very often, especially when it comes to VTubers acting out to achieve, and this is a trope that is, again, we've even in this stream we've reiterated many times over, but VTubers who will sacrifice their future selves in favor of immediate gain or gratification. The overblown accusation or allegation that you Google Doc drop on somebody else in the hopes that it'll get you 5 to 10 extra CCV tomorrow, compared to simply getting 20 on your own terms by consistently streaming and staying in your own lane over the next 3-4 months. What I see is that too many VTubers, once they get into a certain level of, I suppose, crab bucket mentality, they will gaslight themselves into believing that they would never make it big, so any improvement they get in their next stream will be worth it. It doesn't matter what the long-term consequences are. It doesn't matter if you screw over another creator that you don't know or you can't see yourself interacting with, at least in your current state. All that matters is immediate gain. And it's always a tragedy to see that happen. Not least because, admittedly, this is a tactic that a lot of people who are completely devoid of talent will use. But even worse is when you see people who genuinely do seem like they have, even if it's something as banal as having a nice voice, or having the ability to sing well, or having the ability to make decent or good art. Whenever you see creators that have potential like that pursue this short-sighted, this myopic way of pursuing success, it's such a waste.
It is. It's the whole idea of short-term gain versus long-term gain, basically, which I think is also a great problem because of how systemic that attitude is. I'm going to tangent here a little bit because this is something that I think is very, very important. Is that for a very long time there was this idea. There was a very influential study in psychology about that was based around the idea of how that you can predict the outcome of somebody's life. You make a remarkably good estimate of how a person will perform in life going forwards, their career successes, their chances of becoming a millionaire, etc., via a very simple test. That is, when they're a child, you put them in a room with a sweet, and you tell them you can either have this sweet now, or you can wait 10 minutes and you can have 2 sweets. And the findings of this study basically said that the children that take the sweet immediately have pretty much universally worse outcomes than every child who is willing to wait for 2 sweets. And what I find most interesting about that is that there was a reanalysis of that recently, which said this is correct, but for completely the wrong reasons. Yeah, the marshmallow test, that's what it's called. And it's completely because the people that originally ran that test thought that this was measuring, I believe it was measuring impulsiveness, weak impulse control. That they were determining, they were weeding out the children that had weak impulse control versus those that had strong impulse control. And so they said the children that have strong impulse control, are delayed gratification, are able to restrain themselves from making foolish decisions, and therefore they reap long-term gains. However, the meta-analysis of that study that was conducted many years later came to a completely different conclusion, because it looked into the backgrounds of the children that were featured in that study. And it realized all the children that took the sweet immediately were from poor backgrounds. The ones that waited were from rich backgrounds. And their analysis was that the children who took the suite first did so not because they had poor impulse control, but because they had been trained by their environment and by their upbringing that if they did not grasp onto the opportunity, aka the suite, while it was right in front of them, there was a very good chance that it wouldn't be there in future. They had no instinctive trust that there would be a second suite if they waited 10 minutes. Most of them would have instinctively believed that instead the first suite would have been taken away. And unfortunately, I think that study has a great deal of relevancy in how a lot of VTubers act these days, because I think, again, this is armchair psychology at its finest, which is, fitting because I'm on the Armchair Experts channel, that an awful lot of the people that do impulsive, rapid things to try and burst into popularity, or that do it for that short-term boost of CCV, are operating under a very similar principle, that they feel they have to seize the opportunity now, or it'll be gone in the future. And they can also often point to people who have been to views, like, for example, Pippa. Like, Pippa is a great example of that. Like, Pippa was a content creator years before becoming, Pipkin Pippa on Face Connect. But it was Face Connect where she experienced her meteoric rise within a year or two. And a lot of people from the one suite class, I would say, will look at people like her and go, oh, so the takeaway is I need to take advantage of every opportunity. I need to join every corpo. I need to, jump on every trend, because all I need to do is hit that jackpot once and I'll be set. And that's a really, really bad attitude to have.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, the thing that actually gets you your success, at least success that will last beyond, let's say, 2-3 months, is, well, it has to be a trait that you possess. It has to be a practice that you're capable of implementing, not some trend, not some external factor that will go away after a certain period of time. And I genuinely do think that if you make it to any degree as a content creator, you can generally trace your success, or I should say the initial impetus to your success, back to 2 or 3 things that you've done or made. But everything else after that comes from some aspect of who you are or the practices that you have consistently implemented. I genuinely do think that with Pippa, at least, I think it's quite reasonable to say that part of the things that gave her initial push was her choosing to play Hogwarts Legacy as a gigantic fuck you to all of the freaks that were going after other creators for doing that. However, had she lacked the personality that she has, she would not last nearly as long as she has, and I doubt she would have received the amount of success that she's had either. And while I absolutely believe that your armchair diagnosis is correct,
thank you.
I also think that people forget that you need something to follow up with. You need some degree of security in your own abilities in order to be able to capitalize on success without resorting to trying to wrest it out of the hands of somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point, that if your opportunity, I believe you should take opportunities. Like, sometimes the impulsive decisions are genuinely the correct ones, because, again, you miss every shot you don't take. On the other side, if you have to shoot through somebody else to hit the target, that's taking a step too far. You have to... You should take opportunity, but you shouldn't act like a starved dog. You shouldn't be willing to rip everybody apart to get at the meal.
Yeah. Actually, Azahara in chat provided a bit of a clarification. Pippa was already a 4v by the time that she played Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, that's fair enough of a criticism. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think
Eddie also says.
Sorry.
Yeah, you need skill to put yourself in a position of luck. That's Eddie in your chat, which I also agree with.
Yeah, for sure. I'll amend what I said. Well, I don't think it's fair to say, in light of that, I don't think it's fair to say that. I don't. Okay, maybe it's not fair to say that.
I would
Pippa
say. I
was
would say
made
for
by Hogwarts,
Pippa.
But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, if I can, I'd like to talk about Pippa for a little bit. Is
Sure.
that I'm aware that in one of her past lives, I believe that Pippa had at least one incident where she got a very large number of eyes on her content, and it didn't really translate into a great deal of growth for her. And a lot of people are like, oh, if I just get that one big raid, enough people will see me and they will pay attention to me and I'll be set. But that was not... I genuinely don't think that's the case. I've seen it with Pippa, and I've seen it with other streamers too. You could get a huge raid, and your CCB maybe goes up by 5 or 10. It's not the kind of exposure you really need. But what the advantage of Pippa was, is that she has been consistent in multiple ways for her entire streaming career as Pippa. And it goes back to... And again, she had an opportunity early on. She was able to establish a solid niche for herself as a low 3 view, I think, at the start of Phase Connect, because she was the member of Phase Connect that pushed the envelope. And people forget that Fishman pushed back on her hard. Like, Fishman told her directly, you are not to make any more streams. Like I think it was the Build-A-Bear stream or something. Maybe somebody in chat can correct me if they're a Pipstorian. Where Fishman directly came to her and said, you are not allowed to make these edgy streams any longer. You sit down, you act like a say-so idol, and shut up. And it was because the fans pushed back on him that he was like, maybe I've miscalculated, let's see if this goes anywhere. And so that really put her on the map, and it showed that she was willing to continue in that role. She wasn't going to back down. She wasn't going to listen. Well, she has complied, because I mean, she has changed her content a bit. She's no longer quite as edgy as she used to be, but she demonstrated a certain core about her that told people, I've heard of this girl, I'm going to give her a watch because of this. And so by word of mouth, that reputation spread. And as she continually bought into that, as she continued to do things that reinforced that belief, she grew and she grew and she grew, and then the Hogwarts Legacy stream happened, and that was basically, I would say, the crowning moment, where she put herself really out there on the map as the countercultural streamer for that aspect of VTubing.
Okay. No, yeah, I can see that. So instead of being the thing that made her, I think viewing that as a crowning achievement that might be a better way of looking at it. What you were describing just then, when you were going through and recounting the sort of the process by which Pippa grew, it's very similar to the way that you would describe the development of a myth. Where... Yes,
that's a very good way to put it.
Yeah.
That your myth as a VTuber is one of the most important aspects of your persona. Because this also ties back into the objectification discussion we had earlier. Is that you, as a content creator, always need to be aware of the myth that surrounds you. The mythology of your character, because you have the ability to contribute to that myth, but you cannot destroy that myth once it has been created, and you cannot dramatically affect it unless you do something unbelievably intense, like maybe throw yourself off a building or something. Like, that's the level of effort you'd have to put into changing your myth after it has become decently well established.
Yeah. And I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, a myth is just, it's the cultural version of a brand. But...
Yeah. That's, again, another good way to put it.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just, if you are going to, if you want to be a VTuber, if you really genuinely do feel like this is the way for you to go, far more important than investing thousands of dollars in a lore video or anything like that, you need to figure out, how do you want people, what do you want to evolve into in the minds of the people who you want to watch you, in the minds of the people you want to know you? What is your final form? And then work out a process by which you attain that.
Hmm.
And that kind of links in with the the final point that we had, which is basically, again, a bit of a banal finish to what we were discussing just then, but ultimately, if you want to be paid to be a VTuber, you need to treat it like a profession and not a fucking hobby. This applies both to the content making side of things, but also, and this is something that I'm sure you can personally attest to based off of what you've heard from other creators, you need to be very aware that when you sign a contract, that's not just something you do willy-nilly. You should treat a contract from a VTuber agency the exact same way you would treat a contract from any other corporate environment or any other corporation. Get a fucking lawyer, please, for fuck's sake.
I was just about to say, please get a lawyer. I am begging you. I am begging you as somebody that objectively stands to benefit when people don't sign contracts that don't consult lawyers before signing contracts. Like, please don't do that. Please read your contracts and please actually get a lawyer to look at them.
Yeah. Again, it's very often that you see people with dreams of becoming a professional VTuber, but at the end of the day, when it comes to conduct, whether it be towards another creator or their rigor when it comes to vetting their own corporate, their own the corporate agreements that they sign on to. They then default to, oh, it's just a hobby, or oh, I can treat this like a hobby, etc., etc. And it's always it's always a rough watch when you see those things come back to bite someone in the ass. So.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of gratuitously acknowledge how well Kirsha has done as well again.
Yes, go
because,
off.
Yeah, I mean, she has been able to consistently stream, 4 or 5 days a week for something like 2 or 3 years on end. And she has managed to stick to that schedule through thick and thin. And I think that is tremendous dedication. And that's dedication that deserves to be rewarded. Whereas I know so many other VTubers who... Well, they have woman moments, and every time they have a woman moment, they're like, okay, I'm taking a week hiatus, or I'm taking a 2-week hiatus, or oh no, my tummy hurt this stream, I'm not gonna do it. And trust me, as somebody who does stream, I know there have been plenty of times I've cancelled streams because I don't want to do it, basically. I felt sick, or it's just not in the mood, etc. But I fully acknowledge that's not beneficial to me, and I've tried my best to buckle down and do more, even if it's just 1 stream a week consistently. And you have to be consistent. And this is a kind of a cargo cult thing that so many VTubers buy into. I've seen it on, there was a recent thread on Twitter which was like, what was the worst advice you ever got as a VTuber? And there was a whole bunch of Seething 2 views in there going, the worst advice I ever got was to stream consistently. All that happened was I streamed for a year consistently to 5 viewers. And I'm like, yeah, because you had nothing else to offer them. Sorry. Is that consistency is the foundation for success, but what do you build on top of foundations? You build walls, you build windows, you build doors. You can't just sit with the foundations and say, well, I put the foundations down. Where is the house coming from? Like, consistency goes through everything. It's not just consistent streaming. It's consistent activity. It's consistent energy. It's consistent skill. It's consistent knowledge and dedication. You can't you can't be consistent in one area and half-ass every other area.
Preach. Oh. VTubers can be, well, I say this as a creator that is also in this space, but what I've observed is that creators, much like corporations in this industry, can be very lopsided in the way that they approach content creation. How do I say this? Because VTubing is...
Sorry, just cut in there. Asahara-chan just said to hire a clipper instead of a manager. And I wouldn't necessarily say I'm not saying hire a clipper instead of a manager, but yeah, that's just a useful aside, is that it's funny, the clipping scene seems to have just kind of been ignored recently. I don't know why. There has just been this thing where a whole lot of VTubers just seem to have completely discounted the incredibly valuable role that clippers perform in getting coverage and exposure to VTubers. And again, that's again why I say that if you're a Twitch VTuber, get a VOD channel so clippers can actually find you and make stuff out of your content.
Do you think it might have something to do with YouTube trying to murder clips channels?
That's quite possible. That's definitely possible. I don't think that's such a bad problem any longer. There was definitely a dark age.
Oh, yeah,
but
for sure.
As Ultra Derek says, like, make clippable content as well.
Yeah.
Like, I'd say that, and again, this is something that I've said before, is that from a purely structural perspective, I'm somebody with ADHD, so my attention span is not particularly brilliant. But when I am browsing Twitch or YouTube and I see a new VTuber and I click onto that VTuber's stream, that VTuber has, I would say, 5 seconds to catch my attention and convert me into a regular viewer. If they don't catch me within 5 seconds, I'm probably gone. Like, that's just, unfortunately, the raw reality of things. And all the VTubers that I consistently watch have been able to catch me within those 5 seconds. Or I was fed a clip of them that I really, really liked. And I was like, I want to see more of this person that I saw in a clip. And the people, again, I've seen VTuber clips that I like, but I didn't end up watching because that was like one clip out of like a 10-hour VOD or whatever. But the opposite, if a content creator can train themselves to be decently clippable throughout a stream, that is going to be a massive advantage. A massive advantage.
Honestly, something that would be a far superior VTuber growth guide than whatever the fuck has been cropping up on Twitter lately. I really do feel like teaching VTubers the art of being clippable is an insanely difficult skill to teach.
Oh, I agree.
But it would be so immensely valuable to the first person who figures out how to crack it.
Oh, I agree. I think that, ironically, it's kind of funny because there's a guy in my Discord server who... He's been trying to AI clone Kirscha's voice for a long time, and he hasn't been able to do it and I've heard multiple AI voices of Kirscha, and none of them have sounded anything like Kirscha.
Is it just
and
the
I
Boston
really do
accent?
Think it's more than the Boston accent. It's the fact that Kirscha has so much range and has so much energy to her that an AI simply can't replicate that. And if you are a VTuber whose voice can be consistently copied by AI and people can be fooled by that, that tells me that your energy and your dictation and the way that you interact with your streams is, I won't go so far as to say banal, but predictable enough that you can be copied by a machine.
Is it bad that I've had quite a few people hear my voice and instantly ask, is that AI? Or I thought that was AI?
Well, in fairness, you're not exactly attracting people on. You're not trying to attract people on the basis of the instantaneous, the spontaneous energy of the stream. Like you
That's
definitely
true,
appeal
that's
to a different specific audience.
I do find those comments to be quite funny though when they come across my attention. It's a combination of being autistic and also being Australian-born Chinese, where we are held to a standard where we need to speak English in a way that is so precise that it's become an accent in and of itself.
Yeah, I found your accent almost impossible to place. Because I was just like, you sounded British, but you don't sound Australian. You don't sound British and you don't sound Australian. You're kind of a weird in-between.
I think that's a happy accident as a result of
Yeah. I mean, you do have
trying
a,
and
you
failing
have
to do voiceover work. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, you have a voice that was made for lectures. Honestly, you definitely have a good voice for you. You picked the exact kind of content that your voice is made for. Put it that way. You perfectly fit in the mold that you are in right now.
That's very kind of you to say. I'm very glad to hear that as well. Oh, multiple debuffs. Yeah. I mean, this is an anecdote that I told the very first stream that I did on this channel, but my idea of multiculturalism is vastly influenced by the very first interaction that I had with an Aboriginal man, and that was when I went into a voiceover coaching session. And eventually, after a whole bunch of takes in which I was instructed to try my best to sound like a white surfer dude, this Aboriginal man just said, "You don't have it. You can't do it. You need to sound more blonde, more Aussie, more like a Caucasian surfer dude." And only in Australia would you get a scenario where the son of Taiwanese immigrants would be told by an Aboriginal man that he doesn't sound white enough.
Oh my goodness, that is hilarious.
And that moment's gone on to shape my understanding of diversity ever since.
Oh yeah, I mean, people say, "Oh, multiple debuffs." No, I'd say that's great. You're able to. You understand. You have a natural basis to understand how insane, like the whole SJW perspective is.
Exactly. Yeah. They were Rama. You wouldn't like to say that willy-nilly in this country. It might get you in trouble. Yeah. I think that caps off. I think that caps off what we were trying to do pretty well, honestly. Oh. Right now, all I have left to do in this stream would probably just be reading out super chats. So I know I don't want to burn out your voice too much. I know that you might be thinking about doing a stream later on this week. So.
Yeah, maybe on Thursday, or maybe even on Friday. If I don't think Kirsche is streaming, so I might be able to steal her regular slot. But we'll see.
A bold play.
I'm not wearing the tail, but I might steal the slot. Not quite that far gone yet.
That would be a funny addition if I were to tune into your stream and I just see this white fluffy cloud pop up behind your model.
Maybe just have some bloody cherries hanging from my ears.
I feel like that would not beat the femboy allegations that are rife in TVA.
Oh dear.
I'll let you go so that you don't have to spend the rest of your time just sitting in a call listening to me read out super chats. So
okay.
Thank you for coming on. Actually, before we end, do you have anything you want to shill or plug?
Well, I do have my YouTube channel, which is fairly close to 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, I'm at 950 right now.
Oh yeah, Proctor's at 950. He needs 1K before he's allowed to raid. So please,
Yes.
please, if you're watching, consider giving him a
Allow
subscribe.
me to inflict my presence on other VTubers without their implicit consent. Okay, that is what you are enabling me to do. Okay, like full disclosure.
Please, I'm sure the whole world would be far better off if Proctor was able to raid other VTubers.
Yes. Oh yes, give me that power.
All right. Is there anything else?
That's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, like the Virtual Asylum is my forum. It is a very welcome and loving place, which is very, very conformist, and I'm sure your opinions will be welcome there, no matter what path that they come from, and there will definitely not be any brutal and unrelenting hazing rituals. So yeah, come on over. We'll be very nice to you.
Unironically, though, if there are any people who are looking to make, well, I suppose, for want of a better term, less loaded, drama videos, if you're looking to make any sort of commentary that has anything to do with any of the events that happen in this space, I would recommend just going onto TVA, because, again, it is a very valuable archiving resource. There are plenty of people who are very dedicated in that, on that forum, who have put in the effort to preserving evidence of things that people and corporations would rather hide, which will probably be very useful to many people going forward into the future. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, why is Proctor looking like a Fire Emblem character? Because that's what the character generator that I used spat out for me. Okay. Like I did. There is hypothetically a PNG of me in the works somewhere that I should probably chase up on at some point. I've just been very distracted by real life stuff.
Fair. Okay. I'm going to go to reading super chats. So thank you for coming on.
I'm gonna go have some coffee.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
What did you say? I spoke over you for a second.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. I was just saying thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you having this chat with me and for the stream.
Yeah, sure. And
as well.
I'd be perfectly happy to collab with you again sometime. It's pretty clear we have a lot to ramble and natter about.
Please, I would love the chance to go on and on about some of the things we couldn't quite tangent to today, without extending this stream beyond what it already has reached. But yeah.
Yep. Somebody said the character design is pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, basically, my PNG when it finally emerges will basically be a character style like this, somewhat similar, but with basically a much more elaborate and detailed like headdress kind of thing that's based on the plumage of a golden pheasant. Which is because I own a golden pheasant. He is the most miserable, vicious, and aggressive creature in the universe, which is why every single woman that I show him to absolutely adores him and loves him to bits. There's no pathology there whatsoever. Don't think too hard about it. But yes, he's the basis for whatever PNG I eventually decide to create. With that said, I will let Armchair Expert alone to his own channel now.
All right. I will talk to you, well, hopefully at some point soon.
Yeah, sure. My DMs are always open, though. Given our time zones, I may well be asleep when you contact me.
Fair. All right. See you then.
Right, goodbye. Thank you very much for hosting me. This is technically actually my very first official collab, so I'm very grateful for this.
I'm glad I was able to pop the cherry.
Ugh, I wasn't going to say that, but you said it.
Okay.
Oh, dear. All right, goodbye then. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
Goodbye. Oh, and there he goes. All right. Let me whip out the... every time I see this screen, I forget how much... I remember how much I love it. All right. Let me go to the super chats and whip them out for a quick read. And there's the clip. You did well and got my sub. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that conversation. Proctor is admittedly someone who has very divided opinions, flying around about him. But again, I genuinely do believe that the guy has a very real care about the space doing better, becoming better for both creators and audiences that occupy it. And like I said right at the beginning of the stream, he has a propensity for not mincing words that I do appreciate, especially in this industry. Migraine, my head hurt Oshi. That's me. Sorry, give me a second to just pull up the right tabs on YouTube. I really do wish that YouTube would make that list of things to read. Well, first of all, I wish that YouTube would put gifted subs, gifted memberships into a form that's as easily readable as supers. But also I wish they would make supers more easily accessible. Alright, so Pavlo John, thank you for the 5. Gotta run, guys, but thanks for the stream. This has been great. I'll catch the rest on the VOD, hopefully. I really feel very blessed to have such dedicated VOD watchers enjoy the stuff that I put onto this channel. Because if I'm being completely honest, it never ceases to give me a little bit of a pick-me-up, a little bit of a boost to check in on the VODs and see all the comments you guys leave. It's really quite cute to see how many people show up screaming VOD gang in the comments. I appreciate it. The Heretic, thank you for the 20. As someone who works as a personal manager, it's the same. On one hand, you need to be empathetic because you work with people. On the other hand, you represent a soulless corporation. The distance could really F you up. Yeah, for sure. Again, I have some experience with this because I also work at a corporation that's recently been subsumed by a larger, more corporate corporation. But yeah, the distance between actually having to interact with other human beings like a human being and also having to deal with all of the corporate bloat and soulless garbage can really grate on you. Heretic, thank you for the 5, and all CEOs for... Oh, wait, I've read that already. Oh yeah, why did people treat Sayu and Doki so differently? Armchair, because because people dislike being on the wrong side. Yeah. Again, I despise how easy it is to just throw out a false accusation against somebody and get it to stick. Because you see it happen, well, you saw it happening when Sayu was getting blasted by people accusing her of being, all sorts of horrible things. And then more recently you saw it with Tiger as well, where he's been screwed over unfairly by a platform, but where there should be outrage, there is indifference instead. And in both of these cases, the public was mostly indifferent because of false allegations that somehow stuck. And yeah, it's just really grating to watch. And I'm sure this is not something new to any of you guys, but yeah, it's great content. Love the topics. Thank you, Nanospan. That's very kind of you to say. Heretic, thank you for the 10. There's nothing more funny than having a load of different Europeans taking the absolute piss out of each other, only for a US-based person to come into the call and be really uncomfortable. Yeah. I like the gentle riffing that happens. Well, gentle is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that statement, but I do enjoy the kind of riffing that happens between the US and the European countries. It makes for a lot of good banter. And, well, obviously if people unironically try to claim that one is superior to the other, then it loses a bit of its luster, but it generally makes for very great, funny conversations. Struggle cuddle comedian, exactly. I was on something when I wrote that into the script of my video. 3,000 Cordinium fighter jets of... Hold on, let me find your full name. Jets of Soup. There we go, that's the one. I think I may have walked in. Thank you for the 5. I think I may have walked in on an interesting slide. Does that mean VTubing is playing Crusader Kings or role playing the Habsburgs? Referencing the the VTubing is a very incestuous slide. I mean, if VTubing was a family tree, it would be a circle. I'm pretty sure I don't think many people would argue with that interpretation. The Heretic, thank you for the 10. What I think you could say is that VTubing is trying to communicate what is quote-unquote likable about you as a person, crafted or not. It's trying to shout out your individual value to a faceless, formless mob. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate way of describing VTubing. Although, I would add the slight stipulation. It's not just VTubing that can be applied to. It's basically every other entertainment industry. Any industry where the performer, or the quote-unquote product, and the consumer / audience are people. Whenever that is the transaction that is being put in place, it's always going to be some form of, likability is always going to become a point of profitability. If that is the transaction in question. Heretic, thank you for the 5. In the very case of VTubing, as a younger medium hitting the ground and sprinting, including its inherent problems that exist in content creation. Yeah. Again, a lot of VTubing, a lot of quote-unquote VTubing problems are, in fact, just content creator or content creation problems, like you said. But since VTubing is newer, it has less tools in order to deal with it. Mercurius Olicus, thank you for the 5. If you use a pen and paper, there's little chance of it being spread on the net, referencing the whole idea of giving yourself catharsis by putting your thoughts into written form. Yeah, I mean, again, so I am convinced that if people, okay, this is a pretty stupid thing to say, admittedly, but if people were habitual users of personal journals and or had friends that they could vent to, I am convinced that Twitter would tank as a platform. Because realistically, all people are doing is just getting a quick hit of validation, catharsis, when they interact with that platform. Or at least that's what they seem to be hoping for, provided they're not just engagement farming for financial reasons. And you can get both of those things in a far better way by simply interacting with another human being, just venting to a friend. And it's such a shame that people don't seem to do that anymore. It's why absolute carcinogen like Twitter is able to is able to be viable. But yeah. Everything needs to be orange. I'm trying to see if there's... is there any way of seeing gifted members on the... who gifted memberships on the stream? I don't think there is. I'm going to try to go off of memory. Dark Viking 713, thank you for becoming a member. I already said for Sinful Loud. This is such a futile endeavor. You know what? I'll just read them out individually. 06T War, thank you for becoming a membership. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Footstools. Simplify, thank you for becoming a member. Mythicus, thank you for becoming a member. Francisco M, thank you for becoming a member. The Heretic, thank you for signing on to be a Footstool. Pavlo John, thank you for becoming a Footstool as well. Mark's Mayhem, nice name. Thank you for becoming a member. Speedon, thank you for renewing your membership. Robin Tier, thank you for renewing your member. Nemovk, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Zuli, welcome to the Footstools. I think I read out your member notif before during stream, but I can't quite place it. Runic, thank you for becoming a member. Jerry Lee, thank you for becoming a member. And Sarah V, thank you for becoming a member. I think, yeah, Sinful and Vivian, yeah, thank you for the gifts. It was very kind of you guys while I was going through. Generally, when I'm collabing, I'll probably be waiting until the end to read out things like super chats, and I'll probably only type in chat to thank the gifted members, just because it's a little disruptive if I just pop in and read out a super mid-convo. But yeah. Alright, so... Lemon, yes. There are programs that archive chat so you can do that easier. I'll look into those. Later on this week, I believe there is one other collab that I've been invited to participate, invited to come on. There's one other stream that I've been invited to come on to, and for those who follow me on Twitter, Junie Smoothie, a VTuber that does, well, one of the few VTubers that's actually able to pull off sane political commentary, has invited me onto her stream later on this week to talk about the Twitch TOS changes. So be sure to look out for that on my community tab and on Twitter if you have it, because I'll be signal boosting her announcement when she comes out with it as well. Froshin Maximus, ask LM, DN, or Rima about supers and gifteds. Will do. I'll do that after this. And yeah, later on this week in the usual streaming time, we will be switching over focus from Twitch, which we talked about 2 weeks ago, to YouTube, who has been running around banning people or issuing strikes for ASMR content. So that should be fun. It is going to be, hopefully at least, it's going to be a little shorter than the Twitch stream. That one went on for ages because there was simply so much material and so many fuck-ups to go through. With YouTube, hopefully it's, well, I wouldn't say it's less cases, but the cases are a little bit more explainable, shall we say. But yeah, hopefully you guys tune into that. The crackdown, yep, exactly. But yeah, thank you for tuning into this stream. Like, comment, subscribe, all the usual YouTube stuff. Let me look for somebody to raid while we're here outside of my usual streaming hours. Hold on. Give me a second to peruse the YouTubes. Tenma is streaming. Virtue's last reward, 9 hours. Okay. Oh, alright. Guys, I usually say this, but I want to really emphasize it this time. I am aware that raiding into Tenma may be... it is an experience. So, I ask you, when you go into Tenma's chat, please behave. I want you to integrate fully. I want it to be seamless. I want you to blend in with the Kanpai Nikkis with no hitch, nothing. But yeah, thank you for tuning into this stream, and that's where I'm going to be sending you next. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys on Friday/Saturday when we come back to expound on the failings of YouTube. And later on, maybe Thursday or Friday when I appear on Junie's stream when she announces that. But yeah, I think it's best if no one announces the raid. Yeah, I want it to be seamless, guys. You don't want to be yelled at by Tenma, for sure. All right, you are going to be skinwalking, yes. I want this to be a covert operation. All right? Okay. Sounds good. I'm glad we have an understanding. I will be watching, so be sure not to say one thing and do another. All right. But in any case, thanks for coming to stream, you guys, and I will see you later on this week. Otsu chair.